Chapter 2. Birds and Treasures. No one knows better than a bird of the air where treasures are concealed. Aristophanes, the birds. It was an ancient belief in many countries that the birds knew all things, and, as Ovid says, announce the will of the gods, because they are near them. That is, they fly to heaven, or as Seneca expresses it, birds are inspired by the divinities. And it was especially an old Etruscan Latin, as well as a Greek conviction, that they knew where treasure was concealed. Thus Aristophanes in the Bird says, that when a man asks birds where precious metals are hidden, they always indicate the richest mines. In relation to this I have, from Rocca Casciano, the following, which appears to be very old. When one would find a treasure, he must take the door of the house in which he dwells, and carry it forth into the fields by night, till he come under a tree. Then he must wait till many birds fly over him, and when they come he must throw down the door, making a great noise. Then the birds in fear will speak with a human voice, calla una voce durano dove e nascosta, and tell where a treasure is buried. So far as the bird's art concerned, this treasure hunting is Etruscan and Greek. The mysterious connection of the door with finding treasures appears in other countries. Thus in Grimm's stories, stupid Catherine carries away the door from her house, and by means of it, that is to say, by throwing it down and thereby making a terrible noise, frightens away a band of thieves, who leave behind them their treasure. The same story is common in Italy, where it is told with very coarse incidents of a stupid youth. The reader will find by careful study and comparison of the whole which I have given in this book, that these Romagnola traditions have a very archaic stamp, and do not seem to have borrowed from other sources, but, in perhaps all cases, to have been original. I have been very much astonished, indeed, to find how extremely ignorant my living authorities were of the traditions, popular mythology, and folklore of southern Italy, as given in the collections of Pitre. There is no parallel case in Europe of people, speaking almost the same language and belonging to the same race, who have so little tradition in common as Tuscans and Neapolitans, or Sicilians. There is in the folklore of La Romagna, as in the language of the people, something which is harsh, simple, and northern, not exactly German or Scandinavian, but with traces, as it were, of some strange primeval race. Like them and yet not the same. It may owe something to the Lombard, and possibly to the Celt, but, after all, these traditions and sorceries are neither Lombardic nor Celtic. What they seem to be by every analogy is Etruscan, allied to Sabine. This finding a treasure by means of birds agrees wonderfully with the very ancient Latin legend of the seer Ada Navius, who, when a child in his Sabine home, kept swine. Once, while he slept, some of his herd wandered away, and on awaking he could not find them. At first he wept bitterly, being afraid of his father's anger, but, plucking up heart, he went to the chapel of the Lares, in the next vineyard, and prayed the guardian spirits that he might find his pigs, promising them, if he did so, to offer them the largest bunch of grapes in the place. He found the pigs, but how was he to find the largest bunch of grapes? He watched for a flock of birds, and they led him to it. Then his father, knowing this, took him to town, and put him to school to the masters of divination and other learning. If we substitute for the largest bunch of grapes, a treasure, we have here the spirit or essence of the Tuscan tradition. Divination, not only by the flight, but by the voices of birds, formed one of the most important elements of the old Etruscan soothsaying, the augurium ex avium velatu vel geritu being the second of the 5 principal classes. The bird who specially indicates treasures by night in Old Latin lore is the Picus martins, or great woodpecker. He always appears, says Preller, myth. p. 298, as a woodbird and digger in forests, where he lives alone and digs and hews and knows all hidden secrets and treasures. His Umbrian name was Paetsiu, at present in Romagnola it is Piga. His connection with the door appears to be this, Lian, History of an, I, 45, and Pliny, History Nat, X. 20, mention that if the hole or door of the woodpecker's nest in a tree be closed, the bird will bring an herb, which at once removes the impediment. If this herb be secured, it will open any door. But I offer this only as a mere conjecture. In any case, the mere coincidence is worth noting. As in very early times, therefore, the red-headed woodpecker was regarded as a goblin, or a god, named Picus, who knew where treasures were hidden, and sometimes revealed them. It is probable that from this myth were derived the elves with red caps, who had the same attributes. And if Picus was the origin of the red-capped goblin who is found all over Europe, and even among the eastern Algonquin Indians of America, as Michemwes. I also conjecture that research will yet show either that all the Teutonic or northern polytheism or fairy mythology is either derived from an early Latin source, or else has common origin with it. But as the Latins and Etruscans had attained great culture while the northern races were in a very barbarous state, I prefer the former theory. It is indeed beginning to be admitted that the Scandinavian mythology, far from being autochthonic, exhibits throughout traces of Latin influence. The spell of the falling star. Such meteors, or failing stars, which men of yore could not explain, were held to be divine omens, or intimations of the desires of the gods. And according to Homer that one signified to the other that there should be war or peace. Friedrich, Meteor, Symbolic der Natur, page 100. All over the world people say in joke or earnest that if, when we see a meteor, or a falling star, dart across the sky, and can utter a wish before it disappears, that wish will be granted. Among the Old Norsemen such a line of headlong fire in the heaven was believed to be caused by a dragon flashing along afar, hence the frequent mention of the appearance of such beings. In the medicine of Marcellus the sight of such a heavenly body is applied to working a celestial cure for lipitude, or blear eyes, as follows. Ut omnino non lipias, cum stellum catera vel transcur viteris, numera, e celeriter numera. Donecus e condat, tot enim annis, quot numerabis, non lipis. That your sight may never be dim, when you see a star fall or fly across the sky, count, and count quickly, ere it disappears, and so many numbers as you count, so many years will you be clear-sighted. In Tuscany, when you see a star fall quando si vide una stella chi cadaone should say. Non casca la stella. Ma casca elemante mio. Che venga o di giorno. O di notte. O al punto di mezzanotte. O batter alla porte di casa mia. Che non possa vivere. Non possa stare. Finché alla porta di casa mia. Non viene a picare. It is not the star which falls. But my lover, may he fall. Till he come by day or night. Or at midnight. To beat at my door. Nor may he live nor stand. Till he knocks at my door. Or else this for an enemy. Non casca la stella. Ma casca la maledizione. Che di giorno e di notte. Non faccio altro che maldire. La maledizione che casca. In nome di. 'Tis not the star which falls. But my curse. That by night, or day. I do not save curse. That the curse may fall. On, here the enemy is named. The conception that as a star falls from the sky, so may your enemy go downward headlong with your curse pursuing him, is brilliant, original, vindictive, and replete with pure cussedness. I have no doubt that to a true believer and a good hater it must be an immense relief. It is suggestive of Lucifer, the star of the morning, plunging headlong to hell from the height of heaven, while an Arab sees in it a daring jinn who has attempted to scale the walls of paradise and been repulsed by the angels. The spell of the acorns. Men of Europe devoured one another, says Diodorus Siculus, but Jupiter forbade this, giving them instead acorns. Hence these are called the daughters of the oak, since they so resemble female heads with the hair bound in ancient fashion. Preller. There is given by Marcellus, Grimm, page 16, h. c. 15, p. 3, a curious forward and backward song and ceremony to cure soreness of the tonsils. It is as follows. Glandulas main carminibus, si dies minu iter, si nox, ad vesperam, e digito medicinali, ac pollis continenzias, dices. Novum glanduli sorors. Octo glanduli sorors. Septem glanduli sorors. Sex glanduli sorors. Quinque glanduli sorors. Quatuor glanduli sorors. Tres glanduli sorors. Dui glanduli sorors. Una glandula soror. Novum fiant glanduli. Octo fiant glanduli. Septem fiant glanduli. Sex fiant glanduli. Quinque fiant glanduli. Quatuor fiant glanduli. Tres fiant glanduli. Dui fiant glanduli. Una fit glanduli. Nulla fit glandula. This is preceded by another charm, to which reference is made. The whole came to this, that the patient is to take 9 acorns, either just before sunrise or sunset, and holding them, I think he here means counting them, one by one, with the middle finger and thumb. Say 9 little acorn sisters, or girls. 8 little acorn sisters. 7 little acorn sisters. And so on, diminishing to 1 little acorn girl. Then begin with 9 little acorn sisters, and count back till you come to nulla fit glandula, and then there was no little acorn girl. I am sure that in its original form this was 10 little acorn girls, following the fingers. There is in America and England a child's counting out song for a game which runs from 10 little Indian boys to 1, and then backwards. This incantation is still used in Tuscany, though I could not learn that it is specially applied to the cure of the tonsils. But it was not limited even in the time of Marcellus to these. He himself gives, 19, 20, Grimm, p. 13, 2 other charms in which 9 grains of barley are counted in nearly the same manner. And also a word, 21, ibid, to stop the flow of blood. See Sicuma, Cucuma, Eucuma. Kuma, ma, a. Which is like another English nursery song. Constantinople, Stantinople, Tinople, Nopal, Opal, Pull. Pull, Opal, Nopal, Tinople, Stantinople, Constantinople. In which we have the counting or addition and subtraction in a different form. The spell or child's game as used in Tuscany is, however, applied to good luck, and runs as follows, taking 10 acorns, the actor sings. Tu lo sai la voglio fare. Per l'indietro io voglio mandare. La verità in mia mano la div dare. Quest genda per l'indietro io cantero. Fino all'uno io tornero. Ese mi non sbagliero. La vittoria io la vincerò. Adesso io incomincio. De uno, du, tre quattro. Cinque, sei, set otto, nove e dieci. Dieci, novato, set. Sei, cinque, quattro, tre. D'uno. Senza mai sbagliare. La vittoria io la devo fare. E mi nel cantar io sbagliero. La vittoria io vincerò. Or in English. You know what I want to do. I will work it back for you. The truth shall be at my command. I will count these acorns in my hand. There shall no error be. Thus I'll gain a victory. And so I now begin, you see. From 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10, 9, 8, 7. 6, 5, 4, 3. 2, 1. So without the least mistake. Now the victory I take. I have counted well and true. To me the victory is due. I was at first disposed to regard this as a mere counting forwards and backwards, or counting out rhyme, as it is used, not having read it carefully. But on discovering that the word genda, which I did not know, was the Romagnola for guiand, or acorns, I saw it was essentially the same with the incantation of Marcellus. I then learned that acorns were actually used in the count. The idea which runs through the spells of Marcellus is that the success of the cure depends on the counter not making a mistake, and, in the modern Tuscan version, that if one undertakes anything, or wishes to know if he will succeed, he is to infer the result in like manner. It is very evident that, as the same principle was applied in different ways, there must have also been some Hauptpunkt, or head central invocation by counting, to divine luck in general. And I hazard the conjecture that we have this transferred to us in the modern Italian spell. That is to say, that there was an Etruscan chief spell to divine whether good fortune would result from an undertaking, which spell was modified to apply to certain disorders, and as divination as to the success of undertakings was the very beginning and formed the bulk of all Etruscan Roman augury and rites, it would be very remarkable if this Italian spell should be the chief one, or nucleus of the rest. This is only conjecture, but I entertain no doubt that it is in any case as old as the time of Marcellus, and therefore in all probability Roman Etruscan. According to Johannes Mercius, De Ludis Graecorum, there was among the Greeks a game with acorns called trappa. The description of it is not given, but I conjecture that it was the same as that of the Italian, which is at once a spell for good luck and also a child's counting out game, the object being, as in Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers, to repeat a difficult formula rapidly without an error. There is yet another species of divination relating to this nut. Take as many acorns as there are letters in any person's name, plant them, and if they all come up or grow well, he or she will prosper, or you will win his love. The reader who is interested in counting out rhymes will find much on the subject in the work of Carrington Bolton, also in another recently published by D. Nutt, London, and in the English Folk Rhymes, by G. F. Northall, London, Kegan Paul, Trench, Trubner, and Company. A vast amount of ancient erudition on the subject of divining by numbers and similar matters, may be found in a very rare work, of which I possess a copy, entitled, Tractatus Philologicus de Sortition Veterum Hebraeorum in Primus XS Scriptura Talmud, and, by Martin Mauritius. Ball, 1692. It does not seem to have been observed that the sorts Virgilianae were in the nature of, or allied to, counting out rhymes. Mauritius quotes from the work of Rabbi Ben Ezra a curious tale of how the lives of certain men doomed to be cast into the sea were lost, and those of certain Talmudim saved by judiciously managing a counting out song. There is a curious and rude old German version of this. The chapter is in connection with the one De Sortibus Poeticis. Only counting out by numbers is described. But the counting by poetical lines is evident from the context. And it is evident that such counting out to save lives would be regarded as cabalistic or magical. The spell of the swallow. O rondinella bella, tu sei un incantress. Canzoni popolari diagrumi. Marcellus of Bordeaux, in treating of disorders of the eyes, informs us that by the aid of the hirundo, or swallow, all such trouble may be effectually averted as follows. Cum primum hirundinum audieris vel videris tacitus ilio ad fontem decurs vel ad putium, et in aqua oculos fovibis eti rogabis deum, edeo anno non lipias. Doloremque omnum oculorum turum hirundines offrent. Or in English. When you hear or see the first swallow, go, without speaking, to the first well or fountain and there wash your eyes and pray God that that year they may not be dimmed. And so the swallows will carry away all trouble from them. In Tuscany at the present day the sufferer does the same for sore eyes, and then repeats the following. La prima rondinella di primavera e arrivata. La buona fortuna mi ha portata. Ad una font sono annata. E gli occhi mi sono lavata. Che da tanto tempo ero ammalata. E nessun medico mi e riuscito. Ma la prima rondinella che e arrivata. Questa grazia mi ha fatta. Benediziano, semper lo bel. Lo beat rondinelle. The first spring swallow I have seen. A lucky thing it was, I ween. I ran to where the fountain flies. And in its water washed my eyes. Which were so long my pain and grief. Yet no physician brought relief. Yet the first swallow which I see has caused a happy cure to me. Blessed may the swallows ever be. It may be observed that this incantation contains all that is in the Roman prescription, and, what is more, supplies the spoken spell which is wanting in it. Iti rogabis Deum and pray God is certainly an early Christian interpolation. In the Italian the swallow itself is invoked and thanked, which is in perfect keeping with the very ancient hymns, Greek and Latin, in which it is mentioned. Marcellus also teaches us again that though the first swallow does not make a summer, it rules the spring, whether it be of weather or water, and may thereby prevent toothache. For when you see it as before, hold your tongue and, ad aquam nitidam accedes, go to pure shining water. And dip your middle finger of the right hand in it and say, Hirundo tibi dico. Quomodo hoc in rostro iterum non erit. Sic mihi dentes non dolant toto anno. I say to thee, O swallow, as this will never be in thy beak, so may my teeth pain me no more for a year. And by renewing this annually you may always have sound teeth. All of which is essentially identical with the modern Tuscan spell. It is believed in Tuscany that if swallows make nests in a house it brings good fortune. Ma guia distruggo perci portereb mot disgrazi, but beware of disturbing them, for it brings many troubles. Marcellus gives another prescription for the eyes, as follows, p. 11, Grim. Si mularis saliva, quae pueros, non puellas editerit, e abstinurit se pride viro et cibis acrioribus, etiam primus si pura et nit ida erit, angulos oculorum titigerus, omnem acritudinem lipitidinis lenis, humorem sicabis. Which is, that if your eyes pain you, you must take the saliva of a woman who has given birth only to boys, not girls. And she must have abstained from sexual union and stimulating food for 3 days. Then if her saliva be bright and clear, anoint your eyes with it and they will be cured. In Italian the cure is as follows. If a woman has given birth to a child of 7 months, take her saliva and milk mixed and anoint the eyes with them, saying, Bagno gli occhi. A questa donna. Non any lo bagno. Call mio sputo. Ma lo bagno. Call innocenza. E la purita. Del mio bambino. I bathe my eyes. From this woman. Not with my saliva. But I bathe them. With innocence. And the purity. Of my child. Then make a sign of the cross on the eyes, and say. Bendetta che tu saa. Per l'innocenza. Del mio bambino. In 3 giorni. Passa guerire. Blessed be thou. By the innocence. Of my child. In 3 days. May I recover. Then spit thrice behind you. And this must be repeated 3 mornings fasting. There is indeed some confusion in this, as I have given it. But it is clearly on the whole identical with the spell of Marcellus. In another prescription, 67, Grim, Marcellus declares that, mulier quae geminos peperit, renes dolentes supercalcet, continuo sanabit, if a woman who has borne twins will step on the reins when they pain it will cure them. Also very obscurely in what seems to be a detached fragment, to cure the gout, dices ilius quem pepridilla. Venenum veneno vinciter. Salva jejuna vinci non potest. You must say of that which she has brought forth. Poison is conquered by poison. Fasting spittle cannot be conquered. Say this thrice and spit every time on your soles, footprints, or of him who is to be cured. Taking them all together we may say the Roman and modern spells correspond very generally if not exactly in every detail. There is also another Tuscan spell for sore eyes, which is as follows. Take elder, zambuio, i.e. sambuco, and boil it, and with it bathe the eyes, making thrice the sign of the cross, and say. Santa Lucia, Santa Lucia. Il mal degli occhi. Gli veda via. Santa Lucia, to you I pray. May the pain in my eyes be driven away. But this must be done by a man or woman who is a 7 months child. All of these cures for the eyes refer in some way to a woman who has given birth to only boys or to a 7 months child. There is yet another Tuscan remedy allied to these. To cure a pain in the ear, go to a woman who is nursing a 7 months child, and while the child sucks thrice, one should put 3 drops of her milk into the ear of the sufferer. And say, Lo butto questo latte. Perci il male dell'orecchia. La possa passar. To return to the swallow in Tuscany, the feathers of this bird are an amulet as follows. Quando assai vuol una grazia o una fortuna, sono portatai. Legati con un nastro rosso. When one desires some favoring fortune, they are bound up with a red ribbon and carried. And for this purpose they are also put into beds. There is a Roman ballad, Agrumi, It'll Pop. Songs, in which the swallow is addressed as an enchantress. O rondinella bella. Tu sei un incantress. The swallow is believed to be good for troubles of the eyes, as was the lizard, because it is, like it, an emblem of light, or sight. As it was the herald of spring and of sunshine, it was naturally associated with clear vision. So through all nature ran the golden chain connecting all things in poetic vein. Minor cures from Marcellus. With their modern parallels. Marcellus informs us, cap. I, page 35, Grimm, p. 10, as follows, regarding headache. Cum intrabis urbant quam libet, antiportam capillosca in via jaspunt quot volueris collige, dicens, ticum ipsi ad capitis dolorem te remedium tolera, ediex is unum capitae allegato. Ceteros post tergum jacta, nec retro respice. When you enter any city, collect before the gate as many hairs as you will of any which may lie in the road, saying to yourself that you do this to remove your headache, and bind one of the hairs to your head. Throw the others away behind you and do not look back. On inquiry I was assured that this was known today in Tuscany, but I did not find any special variation from it except that salt should be thrown with the hair. And I incline to think that this was included in the ancient charm, but was not known to Marcellus. Salt was an essential part of all ancient offerings and sacrifices, Mark 9:49, it was considered as binding and perfecting them. Very much allied to this is the following, which is still in use. Whenever hairs are found they should be thrown into the fire, the one who does this saying. Se anima buona. Va in pace. Se una striga. Scoppia, che tuoi colpi. Si sentono da lontano. Che il diavolo. Si possa sentire. Si possa scatenare. Pervenere, tite a pigliare. If thou art a good soul, go in peace. If thou art a witch, may you burst so that the sound may be heard afar. May the devil note it, and burst loose, so as to come and catch you. Of the use of human hair in spells to do harm I shall speak in another chapter. Marcellus gives us, cap. 8:67, a cure for the eyes which is peculiarly nasty though none the less curious for that. Mel atticum et stercus infantis, quat primum dimitit, statum ex lact mulieris, quae purum alactat, permissibis, e secinunges. Sed prius eum ca curandus est, erectum ad scalum alligabis, quia tanta vis medicamenis est, ut nisi alligatus patienter fore non possit, cujus beneficium tam presens est, ut tertio die, abstersa omni macula, mirafis visum reddat in columum. Take Attic honey in the first feces of a babe, mix it with the mother's milk and anoint the eyes, but first tie the patient to the stairs, or a ladder, which is of such medical power, that unless he be so bound he cannot endure it. The benefit of which will be that on the third day, all stain being wiped away, the sight will be perfect. The binding to the ladder or stair is found in the following Tuscan spell. If any one is bewitched, bind him, or his clothes, the latter are preferred, on a scala, stairs or ladder, but it, or they, must be of wood. Then take a knife, and, while sharpening it, say. Non lego questa roba. Ma lego la striga. Che non abbia più bene. I do not bind these things. But I bind the witch. That she may no more have good luck. We have here only the binding to the latter, but a part of one prescription or charm is often found in another, in Marcellus, as well as in the modern charms. In all these cures the ceremony and the incantation form by far the most important part, or the sine qua non erit remedium. Marcellus, number 30, cap. 14, p. 103, gives the following for the throat. Pisum malum cerebro aegis impone, cujuvum dolbit et praecipiu ut super limen stand superiori limitae ipsum pisum capite soa adfagat. Put a piece of soft pitch on the head of him who suffers from a sore throat, and especially see that he does this when standing on the outer edge of the threshold. In Tuscany much taking of magical medicine is done on the threshold. It also plays a part in other sorcery. This is because it is the line or limit between the place inhabited and the outer life where spirits freely roam, it being an understood law of demonology that they cannot enter a room until called on. There are evidently, however, numerous exceptions to the rule, else we should have no hauntings of houses. In chapter 19, page 130, Marcellus tells us that Serpentis senectus, id est exuvii licho alligati et vulso circumdati mire prosent. That is, that a serpent's skin bound to the girdle is of great assistance. In the Romagna Toscana it is believed that if any one finds a serpent's skin he must say, Ho trovato la pelle di questo serpente. Che possa portar la fortuna a me. Non portero la pelle di serpente. Ma portero la buona fortuna. Che sia semper in casa mia. I have found the skin of this serpent. May it bring good luck to me. I will not carry the skin of the snake, but I will bear the good luck, that it may ever be in my home. Out of the immense amount of learning which has been collected on the subject of serpent symbolism, one thing is undeniable, that this creature was, among the Etruscans, Greeks, and Romans, a type of health, longevity, and fortune. And it is in this sense that it appears, both in the work of Marcellus and in this Tuscan incantation, as a cure or amulet. I conjecture that there was of yore an incantation pronounced on finding the skin which was unknown to the Roman physician. For a careful examination of all these prescriptions or charms, in any form, cannot fail to convince anyone that the words were always a sine qua non, and in fact the most important part of all. As a curious instance of serpent lore still existing in the Romagna, I may mention that the picture of a snake is painted on the wall for good luck or to avert the malocchio, but it must always be with the head down and tail up. Marcellus gives the following. Si arista vel quaelibet sordicula oculum furit ingressa obcluso alio oculo ipso cadolit patefacto et digitis medicinali ac polis leviter protracto, ter singula dispuens dices, os gorgonis basio. Hoc item carmen si ter novis dicator idiom de faucibus hominis vel gementi os aut si quid aliat haeserit, potentiae eximit. That is, that if a grain or mote be in one eye, close the other one, draw the middle finger over that which pains, and say, I kiss the Gorgon's face, which is repeated thrice. And the charm is so powerful that it will draw a bone from the throat of a man or of a mare. In Italian they say, if anything be in the eye or in the throat of man or beast, spit thrice and say, O grande serpente. Ioti bacio il volto. O great serpent. I kiss thy face. To which my informant added, but you must look on the ground when you say this. On referring to Marcellus afterwards I found that to remove a small irritated spot from the eye, verulus, you perform a ceremony which ends by touching the ground thrice and spitting. Of course touching the ground implies looking at it. Marcellus gives as a cure for sore eyes. Cacribo lipitidinis vicio laborabit, millifolium herbam radicis velit, eexea circulum facit, ut per illum aspiciat, e dicat ter, exica macrisos. Editotions ad os sibi circulum illum admavit et per medium expiat, and which is to the effect that the patient shall pull up a plant of milfoil or yarrow, make a ring of it and spit thrice through this ring. And further that the herb shall be planted again, and should it grow, the patient will recover. In Tuscany there is for the same complaint a remedy which is perfectly in accordance with a portion of this. It is called la corona della ruta, or the crown of rue. When one suffers with sore eyes, take a branchcaca of rue and tie it round in a wreath, in forma di una corona, with red ribbon. The patient should be in bed and not see the garland made. It must be always prepared by a woman in another room, and it must not be seen by children or even by any animal, and she who binds it must say, Preparo questa corona per metterla sopra agli occhi di quella ammolata. O ammolato, che saa. Che degli occhi passa guerire. E mal di occhi non gli passa ritornare. I prepare this wreath to place it on the eyes of that sufferer, that his sight I may restore, and he may never suffer more. And when she gives it to the invalid he must look through it 3 times, and say, Santa Lucia, Santa Lucia, Santa Lucia. Del mal di occhio fatemi guerire. Then he must spit through it 3 times. Which is, on the whole, very much the same as the old Roman Etruscan formula. Santa Lucia, the modern Catholic saint of light, is probably the direct descendant of the Etruscan Lasna, goddess of the moon, also of the sun. Vide Lasna. Our author recommends, cap. 14, page 100, page 14, Grimm, that for the toothache one should carry salus granum, panis micum, carbonum mortuum in Phoenicio alligabis, a grain of salt, a crumb of bread, a dead coal tied in red cloth. In Tuscany quite the same is made up, and borne as an amulet for health and good luck. Marcellus also prescribes the use of earthworms lumbricae, or the vermis terinus for local pains. In one of these he declares that the worms are to be put into a bucket or receptacle of wood if possible, one hooped with iron and water poured on them, which is to be drunk. In Tuscany this is the remedy. For one suffering headache take earthworms, also a liter of spirits, and say, Lombricae che per la terra strisciate. Tutte lo stregonare lo conoscete. Cum pure conoscete. De mi il buon pidi. Vi prego il buon pidi di raccontare. E dentro allo spirito lo potrete lasciare. Earthworms who slip through earth below. Secrets of sorcery ye know. When the good foot doth o'er you tread. Or when it passes overhead. Transfer its power and its merit. Now I pray you to this spirit. To do such virtue as it may. And let this headache pass away. The allusion to the good foot is to that of the sorcerers, or persons possessed of a peculiar power. Then in the evening, before the patient goes to bed, he must bathe his head with the spirit, and say, Mi bagno it capo. Callo spirito di lombricae affair. Perci et mat di capo mi passa passar. And the next morning the pain will have quite disappeared. I nearly missed this, because my informant did not know the word lombricae, or earthworms, since in Romagnola they are called ronbricati. This very curious incantation explains what Marcellus does not why earthworms are used. As chthonic creatures, or of darkness, they are supposed to be familiar with the secrets of the underworld. The allusion to this, and to the foot of the sorcerer renders it certain that this is an extremely ancient spell. Marcellus also gives as a cure for headache hemicranium statum curant vermis terini peri numero sinistra manu lecti, cum terra delimine idem manu triti, earthworms in equal number gathered with the left hand. Powdered with earth from the threshold. This also indicates that, as in the modern recipe, the same remedy was used for the same disorder. I have already alluded to an amulet given by the same writer, consisting of salt, bread, and a coal in a red bag, or cloth. In another, cap. 8, p. 63, he speaks of the special virtue of a cure made of 4 ingredients, quia ex quatuor rebus constat ut quadriga equus constat, e cellars effectus habet, barma dicitur. I suspect that his salt, and In a red bag is imperfect or wanting, because, when the following was given to me in Italian, something was said about the value of 4 articles in it. Lo quattro cose della buona fortuna. The 4 things of good fortune. Take a little red bag, and sew it with red woolen thread, not with silk or cotton. The bag, too, must be of woolen, and of coarse cloth, and while sewing it, sing. Chucco, questo sacchettino. Per la buona fortuna di me. E delta mia famiglia. E che si tenga sempre lontano. Dal disgrazi cum pure. Dal malady. Then take a crumb, medalla, of bread, and a little coarse salt, a sprig of rue, and some cummin, and keep repeating, while making it up, the same charm. And when made, the charm must always be borne on the same person, by night as well as by day. The translation of the incantation is as follows. This bag I sew for luck to me. And also for my family. That it may keep by night or day troubles and illness far away. La Formicola the ant. Once when I read a certain prescription from Marcellus to Ostriga, she admired it very much, declaring that she had never heard it before, or anything like it. It was the following. Ad dolorem juvi scribes in carta, e calo, laborantis in lentiolo suspens. Formica sanguine non habet nec fel. Fugue juva any cancer te cum dat. For one suffering from sore throat, write on paper the following, and stick it on the ceiling. The ant has neither blood nor poison. Fly, O pain, lest the crab devour thee. But, my informant added, I know of a cure for which ants are used. It was as follows. When one spits blood, take ants and put them in some of the blood, and let it stand all night, and say over it. Butto quest formicole. Dentro a questo sang. Che questo sang. Pisano repigliere. E a questo malato. La pisano reporter. Che I suoi pulmoni. Non si voglion guaster. E la ma maladia. Avanti non possa più anar. I put these ants into this blood. That his may be both well and good. That he his health may soon regain. And his lungs be sound and sane. May his trouble soon be o'er. And illness trouble him no more. Marcellus remarks that the ant is a bloodless animal, therefore it is used to stop bleeding according to a kind of rude and naive homeopathy, which continually occurs in magical medicine. As regards my very indifferent translations into rhyme of these recipes, I beg leave to inform the reader that though not very good poetry, they will answer every whit as well as the originals to cure disorders if he wishes to try them. Yeah, and that for this purpose they are just as effective as if they had been made by Lord Tennyson himself. Verbena. Marcellus recommends verbena as a magical cure for a tumor. An authority in Stregoneria hearing this, said, I do not think it is used in medicine, but, she added with animation, it is admirable in, and for a charm. Then she gave me the following, laying stress on the fact that it must be carried on the person. Verbena is an herb which brings great good luck, and it must always be borne upon you. Especially note if an old woman wishes to sell you some, when she offers it you must never refuse, else she might curse you, i.e., bewitch you. You must always buy some, and say, non compro questa verbena perci e herba. Ma compro la fortuna che essa portal. I buy not this verbena as the herb which here I see. I buy it as the fortune which I trust 'twill prove to me. My witch was quite in the right when she declared that verbena was admirable in magic and for a charm. Had she known and read Latin she might have supported her assertion with a great array of classical authorities. However, she doubtless had a great many more ancestors than I ever had who could talk Latin, and perhaps the tradition came down in the family, since she says they were all Strigoni, or wizards and witches always. The verbena was called par eminence the holy plant hieroboton by the Greeks, and it was regarded as holiest of all in sacrifices, where it was burned especially during invocations of spirits and predictions. It was the plant of Venus, it gave, as was believed, great power of procreation, and, above all others, as Friedrich writes, drove away evil spirits, and destroyed witchcraft and all such influences. Ambassadors carried it as a symbol of peace. Semper e legatus unus utique verbinarius loquitur, one of a band of legates was called the verbena bearer, Pliny, Nat. History, 22, 3. For there dwelleth in the verbene a certain fata, or fairy, who bestoweth fortune on those invoking her. Think of this when you smell verbena. Also remember that if you take a bit of it from a church it will bring you good luck. Ex era hinc sum verbenas tibi ac ias substern, Terentius, and 4. Our author gives 2 remedies for hordeolus ocularum, grains in the eyes, for both of which he prescribes 9 grains of barley to be treated in a magical manner, such as nipping off the points, one by one, and repeating a Greek incantation every time. In Tuscany I find the following for the same trouble, or for the eyes, Take 9 grains of barley, and put them in a black pot with 9 flowers of elder and 9 bits of rue. Boil them for a quarter of an hour, then let it cool till it is tepid. Then dip into it a piece of linen and lay it on the eyes of the patient, and then take the 9 grains of barley and the elder flower and the rue, and lay them all on the cloth. And say, Tutto questo elho fatto boglier. Per mettere sopra agli occhi. Di questo malato c'è con la grazia. Di Santa Lucia prima di 3 giorni. Passa guerire. It is worth observing that the modern method is seriously a good remedy, all except the 9 grains of barley, while that of Marcellus is mere rubbish. For a very immoral bewitchment, see quem quar nols, fieri que cupis in usu venerio tardiorem confestum innervabitur, Marcellus prescribes 9 grains of wheat. I should add that the English version of what may here be called the tinpancation as a black tin pan may be used is as follows. All of this I have had boiled, to put upon the eyes of this poor man Saint Lucy aid. And on the 3rd day, by thy aid, he will in health arise. Santa Lucia is the saint of light, therefore of sight. The 2 were identified in ancient Roman mythology. There is a very great resemblance between the cat and the hare when skinned, also between their skins. This being admitted, with the addition that Marcellus gives several prescriptions in which cats, or the skins of animals, are employed, we may infer that the following is not without affinity to an Italian charm. Pellam leperis recentum in alia munda vel tegula ida cum lana sua cumburs, ut in tenuissimum pulverum redigere passus, quem crebratum in vaso nitido servabis in cum opus furit tria cochlearia in potion dabis bibenda. Que res sine calculos sine vesicae doloris continuo compessit. Which is, that for the stone or pains in the bladder you should burn the fresh skin of a hare in a small pot or on a tile, so as to reduce it to the finest powder, which, when pulverized, you must keep in a clear, glass, vase. And give the patient 3 spoonfuls in a drink. The Italian spell is to bewitch any one, or to do him harm. When you would do evil to any one, kill a black cat, skin it and rub the skin, by burning is, I suppose, understood, to a very, very fine powder, si try to fine. And when it is triturated finely to a powder, mix with it pulverized horse scrapings and pepper and earth, over which a toad has passed. And while taking this earth from under the toad, say, O rospo, che sei composto. Tutto di veleno, del tuo veleno. Lascian sparso un poco sopra. A questa terra che passo portarlo. A casa mia. Toad, all poison from thy birth. Shed thy poison on this earth. Give me of thy poison some, that I may bear it to my home. Then put all together in a small bag, and at the time of mixing say, Terra e pulvera insieme. Lo reunite, e pulvera di gatto. E la peggio, ma e la miglio. E per me perci mi di vendicare. Pulvera di pel di gatto. Con pulvera di cavallo. E pepe unito a terra di rospo. Terra avvelenata e tutto. Un'imischia che molt person. Voglio ravenere che non abbiano più pace ne bene, fino che a me non si vengano a raccomandare, ed ancha allora lo considero grazia se mi per poisoned earth and powder fine. To the powdered cat I join. 'Tis the worst, and yet the best. For my vengeance for the rest. Cat skin powdered. Naught is worse. With the scraping of a horse. Pepper next, to make it good. Earth well poisoned by a toad. 'Tis a mixture which, when done, will rack and ruin many a one. And they shall know no good or peace. Nor shall their sufferings ever cease. Until they humbly come to me. And beg for mercy on their knees. Which I may grant if I should please. Say me pair. This was chanted crescendo, and when the witch came to the last word her face was infernal, not violent, but serpent-like, horrible, yet cold. Does this remind the reader of a scene in Shakespeare's Macbeth? Or is the incantation like his? Not to me, for his was poetry written for the stage, and this was reality, the witchcraft of old times, the spirit of the sorceress who would kill, the life of necromancy which is death. I say truly that if I could write all that I have seen in exploring this Italian witchcraft, few indeed would believe me, and fewer still could understand it. For it all belongs to a world and a life of which no cultivated person, whom I ever met, has any comprehension, and for which he can certainly have no sympathy. When I reflect that Goethe and Heine and Byron, and I know not how many more poets and great word artists have traveled over Italy grasping eagerly at every scrap of magic and passion and human romance, I wonder what they would have thought or written had they known what was living among these people, deep in their hearts. We may read history forever, but we can never learn from it, or from literature till we get the key to it. What a strange race was this old Etruscan Roman. Under the ashes of Italy there is burning a fire of which only now and then a spark is seen, but it has never been extinguished any more than that of Vesuvius. Imagine an English or German peasant woman bursting out into such spasms of sorcery and poetry. I have known one in Italy, in reciting an incantation, to be seized with convulsions. And in all the people, low or high, there is a something which seems to be repressed, a genius as of stifled art, or magic power, a science which will yet be manifested when the time comes. There is a very remarkable prescription in Marcellus his book, for a hip complaint. It amounts to this, that the remedy must be given to the patient super scabellum vel selim ita ut pd uno quem dolit stands ad orientem versus potionem bibit, e cum bibrit salta deciliat, e ter uno pd saliat, e hoc per triduum faciat. Confestim remedio gratulabitur. That is, standing, on a little stool or chair, so that, one foot being forward, the patient facing the east drinks his medicine, and then jumps down, and hops 3 times on one foot, and so he will be well in 3 days' time. In another he prescribes a potion to be taken standing on one foot on the threshold. The chief elements of this gymnastic performance appear in the following Tuscan spell. When one takes medicine, one should stand on a stool, scabello, or on the threshold of a door, and utter. Prendo questa medicina. Perci sono ammalato. Ma non sono ammalato. Di fisico, ma de morale. Percio prendo questa medicina. Sopra a questo scabello. Che mi passa guarire di questa maladia, e mi voglia. Der felicita e bene. Percio sendo de questo scabello. E su questo piedi sinistro. Semper dallo sinistro piedi. Per 3 volti mi rigiro. E per 3 volti io ci amo. Il gran salvator sene. Non mi corrisponde allora. Mi rivolgerò all'estregge. All'estregge o ai strigoni. I this medicine am taking. For a sad and serious illness. Yet the illness which I suffer is of mind more than of body. And I therefore take my physic. Standing on this stool and hoping it may soon relieve my troubles. Therefore from this stool descending. Now I'm on my left foot standing. Ever standing on my left foot, And 3 times I turn upon it. 3 times calling the great Saviour. But if he should give no answer, then I'll turn me to the witches. To the witches and the wizards. Which last lines indicate that devotion to the principle of having 2 strings to one supernatural bow of faith which has enabled witchcraft to hold its own so well. That it is possible that the stregony may exist as long as the priest witch will not be long, to judge by the spirit which is growing up among the people. Once the least allusion reflecting on the clergy, within my own memory, was promptly punished and without mercy. Now, as I write, the last great caricature at every street corner represents the departure of the Pope forever with a gang of disreputable-looking attendants. It is accompanied with bitterest satire, and ends with the words, "A good riddance to bad rubbish." Epres I move. I think that this incantation is essentially ancient, but very much modernized in form. The remedy is Roman, but it seems to be in a new bottle. It is said by Marcellus, cap. 28, p. 201, that, Corrigia canina medius singular, cadolbit ventrem, statinc remediabitur, he who suffers from a pain in the stomach will be relieved should he girdle himself with a dog leash, that is, a strap of any kind. I rather wonder that Grimm should have regarded this as superstition, since it is a well-known fact that a girdle e.g., a Russian belt, really gives great relief for such suffering. However, if it was to be done specially with a dog's leash, and no other, it was undoubtedly superstitious, and that this was the case may be inferred from the following Tuscan formula. Take a funicella del cane rope which binds a dog and say, Prendo questa funicella. Che il mio cane legava. Eterno alla mia vita. Mi la voglio passar. Che il mio male di ventre. Al cane esini passa anar. Ed a me my non passa ridimere. I take the rope which held my hound. Now round my life the cord is bound. May that which makes my agony pass to the dog away from me, and I no more a sufferer be. This is quite after the style of several of Marcellus's own prescriptions, in which he shows how a disorder can be transferred from a human being to an animal. As in the following, cap. 27, p. 190. Tormina patientibus multi ventrem viventis anitis adpenant ad fermentis, transire morbum ad anatem, inc mori. To those suffering from a colic, let them fasten a live duck to their stomachs, thus the disease will pass from the man to the duck, and the duck will die. This is found in Tuscany with the invariable musical accompaniment of an incantation. When one suffers from a pain in the stomach, take a duck, and the body of the bird must be placed against that of the invalid, and then say, Anatra. Anatra. Che il male mio tu passa. Pigliare, e di questo male. Io ne passa gerire. E tu di questa male. Tu ne passa morire. Che a mi questo male. Non mi passa mai ritornare. Fino che non torni. Tu a resuscitare. Duck, duck, so may it be. That thou shalt take this pain from me. That the ill depart, and shall get well, while thou must die. And may I never feel the pain, till thou shalt have thy life again. Which was bad for the duck. However, this went for very little with a physician, one of whose most vaunted cures was to put a patient in balneo repleta a humano sanguine, a bath full of human blood. Such a bath of the blood of young children was once ordered for the Emperor Constantine, and because he, being moved by the cries and tears of their mothers, resolved not to take it, his extraordinary humanity was rewarded by a miraculous cure. As related by the early chroniclers, this seems to have been regarded even by Christians as a great act of mercy and magnanimity. It does not seem to be at all understood that for several centuries after the decay of the Roman power the world relapsed as regards barbarism and inhumanity, instead of advancing with Christianity as is popularly believed. Marcellus gives the following as means by which fidelity may be secured in a woman. Mulierum, quam tu haburis ut nunquam alias inire possit, facies hoc, lacerti voridis vivae sinistra manu caudam curtabis inc vivum dimits. Caudam donec in moriator idem palma clausum tenebis, et emulierum, verendac aegis dum cum ea cois, tange. The Tuscan recipe, though very different in details, is quite the same as regards the principal item, that is, the lizard caught with the left hand. When a man wishes his wife to be faithful, he should take sperma ilius mulieris and put it in a bottle, and then catch a lizard with the left hand, and put it in the same bottle, and cork both up very tightly. And say, Caraciuto la fidelta. Di mia moglie che non passa. Mais fuggermi. Here I put the fidelity of my wife, that she may be ever, ever true to me. Then be careful not to lose the bottle, and always to keep it in the house. I do not clearly understand for what complaint Marcellus means the following prescription nisi ad verrucas, but I give it, according to Grimm. De tribus tumulis terrae, quos talpi hiscient, ter sinistra manu quot ad prehenderis tolls. Hoc est novum pugnos plenos, acido ad ido, temperabis. Take from 3 molehills 3 handfuls of earth thrice, that is, 9 handfuls, and mix them with vinegar. The following is a Romagnola charm for bewitching or injuring any one. La terra de mucci del tarp, talpi. Take earth from 3 molehills and put it in a red bag, and while removing the earth say, O terra che di terra 6 ricado. Sopra tre mucci che dal tarp siete stati amicchiati. E cum avit ammucchiato questa terra. Ammucchiate I dispiacere di quella famiglia. Che non abbiano bene eni pace. E tutte lo sfortune piombino sopra al suo capo. Earth, O earth, who long hast laid on the hills which moles have made. As they heaped thee, may there be evil heaped on this family, and disaster fall like lead evermore upon its head. I could almost believe that Marcellus has misplaced this spell, in applying it to a cure. For, as my authority explained, the mole lives in darkness, and, like the earthworm, is under the footprints of the stregoni, or wizards, which give it power for good or evil according to their natures. But it is generally most powerful for bewitching. In saying which she gave in a few words a great amount of classic folklore unawares. Friedrich, Symbolic, p. 386, writes on this as follows. As the mole is subterranean, he has a chthonic, demoniac reputation, as of one hostile to man, which is to be found in such old Roman beliefs as, if you throw a mole into a house the grandmother will die. To this might be added several to the effect that by means of it disaster can be wrought to a family, especially to its head. 37 It was of yore much used in sorcery. Thus, according to Pliny, Histori Nat, XXX. 7. He who will swallow the heart of a mole, still quivering, will receive the gift of prophecy. A mole, tooth pulled from the living animal cures toothache, its blood cures weakly persons. I was not aware of this when the Tuscan spell was given to me, but I can now understand why so much stress was laid upon its force in magic. It has its value as illustrating the recipe of Marcellus, but is much more interesting as setting forth the old Roman superstitions regarding the mole. The very ancient use of pitch in superstitious practices appears in the following from Marcellus, which I here repeat for another illustration. Pisum malum cerebro aegis impone. Cujuvum dolbit et praecipiu ut super limen stand superiori limitae ipsum pisum capite sua adfagat. Stick a piece of soft pitch to the head of a man suffering with sore throat, and this should by all means be done when he is standing on the threshold. In a Tuscan incantation to break love, pitch appears in its very ancient signification as an ingredient of witchcraft. When you wish to prevent a young man from visiting a girl in any house, take shoemaker's wax, peste de causali, and 4 nails. Make of these a cross, and put such crosses under the seats whereon the lover and maid sit. And the end will be that they will quarrel, and he will no more come to the house. The last spell, or recipe, of Marcellus is to cure the gout. Carmen idioticum, quat lenire podagram dissiter sic, in manus tuas expius, antiquam electo turam contingas. Etia summis talis eti plantis ad summos digitos manus dutses eti dices. Fugue, podagra, eti omnibus nervorum dolor. De pedibus mais eti omnibus membris mais. Autsi alii precantas, dices ilius quem peppered illa. Venenum veneno vinciter. Saliva jejuna vinci non potest. Ter dices haec eti ad singulas plantas tuas, vel ilius, cui medibir, spurs. This is, in brief, spit in your hands before rising in the morning, pass your hands from your soles to the ends of your fingers, and say, Fly, O gout, and all my nervous pains. From both my feet, nor linger in my veins. Or if you chant it for another, say of that which she bore. Poison by poison is conquered. Fasting spittle cannot be conquered. Say this thrice and spit in your soles, or on those of the one whom you would cure. There is in Tuscany a very terrible illness, caused, as some say, by eating bad maize meal, others attribute it to bad living and malaria. It is called la pellagra. As the name very much resembles podagra, or gout, I was told that the following was a cure for pellagra, to which my informant added, Ancha purgata also for gout, which latter complaint I need not say is not so common among temperate peasants. La pellagra causes madness. Purgare la gata o la pellagra. To cure gout or pellagra. Take for 3 mornings a small boy, bambino, while fasting, and make him spit 3 times on the place where the gout shows itself, and while doing this let him say, Gata, O pellagra. Via dau mio pedi. Il veleno vince il veleno. Cum pure lo sputo. Vince il veleno, lo sputo mio d'un bambino. Innocent sarà quello. Che vincera la gata maledetta. Che non torni mai più. A fair capo sopra alla tua persona. Gout, O gout, to thee I say. Go thou from my foot away. As poison conquers poison, see. This infant's spittle conquers thee. That thou shalt ne'er return again. And give me any further pain. Then the boy must spit behind him thrice, and repeat this for 3 mornings. Of the 100 medical spells described by Marcellus, and commented on by J. Grimm, I have identified about 50, with as many still in use in Tuscany. And if we consider that in this collection of the Roman physician there are a great many which run, so to speak, into one another, and how much there is in them all which is to be found in many of the modern Tuscan spells. Such as the not looking behind, and spitting thrice, and, in fact, the whole system, spirit, and method of the cures, we should not be far from the truth in saying that probably all are still in existence, and that, beyond all question, a very great number, which were old in his day, are still extant. But a general consideration and comparison of all the ancient and modern examples given in this book will best enable the reader to judge of its value. As a comment on this chapter, Miss Mary A. Owen adds the following notes drawn from American Negro sorcery. Voodoo. Voodoos. Warn against throwing hairs about, for if a bird gets a hair and weaves it into a nest, the owner of the hair will have frightful headaches nothing can cure until the hair is found and burned. Also, if a person gets the hair of another and introduces it into a slit in the bark of a growing tree, the unfortunate will go crazy as soon as the bark grows together over the hair. Also Hungarian Gypsy. C.G.L. You may call a friend to your presence from the ends of the earth by putting 4 of your own hairs in a bottle of water, calling the bottle by the name of the one you wish to see, and placing it in the door you wish him to enter. Within 4 days, for in that time the hairs will have swelled into snakes, he must start towards you. The skin of the serpent worn around the waist cures rheumatism. The rattles worn in the hat cure headache and prevent sunstroke. The heart swallowed whole cures consumption. To cure sore eyes, bathe them in water containing the gall of a duck and a spoonful of syrup made of boiled watermelon juice. A black hen split open and placed on the body cures fevers and relieves the pain of cancer. The right forefoot of a mole is a good luck charm. The brains of a mole put in a black silk bag and tied round the neck of a babe will make it cut its teeth without pain or fever. If the gums of a teething child are rubbed with a mole's foot, the teeth will at once appear. The brains of a rabbit tied in a black bag and rubbed on the child's gums will bring the teeth through, so also will a necklace of elder twigs. If a child under a year old is allowed to see itself in a looking-glass, it will cut its teeth hard, but this may be prevented by tying a mole's foot above the glass. The three wise men of the East and the witch metals. Die Heilgen Dre Congi Aus Morgenland. See Frugen in Jedem Stadchen. Wo geht der Weg nach Bethlehem? Lieben Buben die Matchen. Heine, Buck der Lieder. There appeared in the Gypsy Lore Journal of January, 1889, a very interesting article by David McAchee, in which he discussed an old opinion that the Magi, or three kings of the East, were often held to be, as Longfellow describes them, the three gypsy kings, Gaspar, Melchior, and Balthasar. This may have been a mere popular fancy, but there is abundant evidence to prove that, whether of Indian or other Eastern blood, there was in all probability a great deal to connect them with gypsies as regards their lore. If the three kings were magi, or wise men from the East, we may conclude that they were of the Chaldean, or Persian, order, of which there were many at a late date roaming about the Latin Empire. They were all soothsayers, or diviners, and it was in this capacity that they appear in Bethlehem. That is, they were of the old Chaldean-Akkadian school of sorcery, which I believe to have possibly had a common Turanian origin with that of the Etruscans, which still survives but little changed in the sorceries of the Tuscan Romagna. And both of these were the same with the shaman magic of the pre-Aryan dwellers in India. Reduced to facts, it is more than merely possible that the wisdom, or lore, of the three kings was gypsy, that is, Indian or Persian, or perhaps Chaldee, in its origin, and that they were really itinerant diviners or soothsayers. This is not much more than conjecture, albeit there are guesses good and bad. But a very curious incident casts a strange sidelight upon it. In Hungary I have known gypsies, when a child was very ill, to seek to cure it by hanging from its neck Maria Theresa dollars. In the Romagna of Tuscany there is an ancient belief that certain old Roman coins are a sure defense against witchcraft, especially for children. To combat this the priests have made certain metals, which, like the older articles, pass current under the name of witch metals, medically del streg. I noted down in conversation the following remarks in relation to them. Quando si ha una medaglia del streg, e si meta questa medaglia al collo, con questa sera sempre libero del streg, when one has a witch metal, and wears it on the neck, one will be always free from witches. These medals are put chiefly on children, but also on grown persons. And when putting one on, one should say, Metto questa medaglia per liberare liberamus del streg, put on this medal to free liberamus from witches. On asking if those who believed in the old religion, or witchcraft, put faith in the new witch metals, I received an account which I did not note down, but which was to the effect that the Catholics believed in the old witch coins. Or in witchcraft havendon avuto molt cos justificate, as many things had proved it to them. And that the believers in witchcraft accepted the new metals, exceptionally for certain reasons, as agreeing with sorcery. For, si portano quest medically perci lutre reg sulla facia erano stessi grande streghon, they carried them because the three kings on them were themselves great wizards. I subsequently received some of these new metals, they are sold for a soldo, or halfpenny. Are octagonal, and made of brass, and bear on one side the three kings worshipping the infant Jesus, and on the other the following inscription. The reputation of sorcery hung about the Magi. And the believers in witchcraft accepted them as friends. It was a happy thought to put them on the new witch money. It was acceptable to all parties. I have, however, heard from a Catholic, that this compromise of saints with the devil caused a scandal among true believers. It might be here remarked that this mysterious group of the three magicians was by no means unknown long before in different forms and under other names to both Christians and heathens. And that in later lore the three fairies who appear at the birth of a child not only present him with gifts but predict his future. It is also noteworthy that frankincense, which formed one of the gifts of the Magi, enters into the composition of all the modern witch charms or fetish bags of the Romagna. I myself having been presented with one containing some that myrrh is also one of these magic medicines. And that if the offering to the infant Jesus had any meaning at all, it was magical, and intended to avert sorcery and evil influences. It may be alleged that the Tuscans borrowed this use of incense from the rites of the Roman Catholic Church, but even Cardinal Newman himself would hardly have denied that incense was used in sacred rites by the old Romans. And I am confident that a fair and full examination of all that I shall give, as regards this Tuscan witch lore, will convince any unprejudiced reader that it is of very great antiquity. For though superstitions spring up spontaneously and simultaneously, everywhere and everywhen, yet this very fact, on due reflection, does but go the further to prove, firstly, the vast probable antiquity of all widely spread beliefs or legends. And, secondly, the likelihood that they were transmitted from man to man, since he who has the innate impulse to create will be the readiest to receive a great truth much ignored by those who incline to one side or the other. But especially by those who believe there has been little or no borrowing. If it be true that the use of frankincense as a devil driver would occur per se and naturally to an old Italian, or to a Hindu, so much the greater is the probability that if one brought it to the other would accept it therefore. While we admit that instances of spontaneous creation of myths, legends, and customs may, and do, take place, yet, when we consider how extensively men have traveled, even in prehistoric times, as is shown by jade relics, and with what incredible rapidity even a rumor will spread over an empire, and, finally, what a remarkably storytelling and mythmongering creature man is, it becomes evident that all conjectures as to simultaneous creation from concurrent causes must be accepted with the greatest possible caution after the severest scrutiny. At present the popular tendency is to accept as self-evident without proof the slightest probability that a use, be it in any form, sprung up of itself from like influences, while transmission is subjected to the severest criticism. Now, as transmission may, in millions of cases, have been due to wandering apostolic pilgrims, who took the whole world for a route, sailors, strays, and castaways such as the Huron woman who was said to have been found in Tartary, it is a safe thing to challenge a proof which was perhaps buried forever in the grave of some old vagabond thousands of years ago. Myrrh, frankincense, and gold combined are an ancient and widely spread gift for children. They were magical and luck-bringing among the Romans. And whatever was connected with superstition, luck, and divination among them was of Etruscan origin, for their whole body of such beliefs had been derived from the fabled Tages. There is another kind of witch money which is very mysterious indeed. It is called la sega del streghe, or the witch's saw. I give a description of it, as taken down verbatim. The sega della streghe is a small coin which witches have. They go with this on Tuesdays or Fridays to the roads to cut or scrape the earth from footprints of people. With the coin they remove the earth, and with it they do great harm, i.e., to those people. The spell against the saw of the witches Sega Malega is mentioned in the song. Sega Malega stregani e streghe di gata. Che filano la sita. Malega is a witch's word. It means the earth which they take with it from footprints. It signifies that it is not earth which they cut but a piece of flesh which will disappear from the soles of their feet. If any one suspects that he has been thus bewitched, let him stand quite naked and take a black or red ribbon. Then let him be measured with the ribbon, firstly, the entire extent of his outstretched arms, and then his height from head to foot. This song of Sega Malega is a very common nursery rhyme, sung while making the cat's cradle with a twine, which suggests the measurement with the ribbon. But it is also closely allied to witchcraft even in this. For as the cord makes a coffin or other figures, omens are drawn from it, as I had fully illustrated to me by seeing it done. It is a nursery rhyme now, but it was an incantation once. And a witch declared to me that, if properly understood, it is one now, and must be sung while divining with a cord. It is in full as follows. Sega Malega, stregoni e streghe di gata. Che filano la sita. La cita ed il bombaggio. Mi piace quel Giovanni. Che spat lo castain. L'isbat tanto forte all'estreg. Fa tremer lo port. Lo port sono di argento. Che passano 500. 500, 50. La mia gallina canta. Non era gallina che canta. Ma un gallo non un gallo che canta. Ma una striga senza faio. Se una striga una striga per sia. Ma che il diavolo la porti via. Sega malega. Wizards and witches of Gaeta. Ye who spin silk and cotton see. There is a youth who pleases me. He who is beating the chestnut tree. Beating the witches with terrible shocks. The gates are trembling at his knocks. The gates are of silver 500 they weigh. 550 is it so? 550, I hear my hen crow. But 'tis a cock. No, a hen without doubt. And, as surely, a witch, without. If she's a witch let her be. But the devil may take her away from me. Whether this be a nursery song, or old incantation, there is certainly in it a wild uncanny, northern, spirit, far surpassing that of the Gurugio witch song which Goethe heard in Naples. Chapter 3. The Exorcism of Death. Begone, O Death! I fear thee not. Song of the Reaper, Des Neben Wunderhorn. Carmen autumn evocat, Orium idem tradit. Capestum a sui aversum in hastes ferit. Livy, 1. 8. The following very singular and uncanny spell involves one of the deep secrets of the wise women which they do not make known. It is entirely heathen, there being no trace of Christianity in it, though it is used on an occasion when one would suppose that among Catholics all the appropriate rites of the Church would be employed. It turns upon the very ancient belief that death may be averted by an incantation pronounced by a sorceress, and it is very interesting in several respects. As showing the degree to which the old Etruscan Roman sorcery still prevails in the rural districts of Tuscany, albeit there is no lack of it even within the shadow of the Duomo in Florence itself, as I well know. I believe that I am not quite accurate when I call this Etruscan Roman. For in fact the religion, such as it is, which forms the real faith of the Streghe and their patrons, goes back to a time of which there is no record. The Greco-Roman polytheism died before Christianity arose. Before that was the Etruscan, Oscan, Sabine, or Umbrian, and long, long before these, the simple sorcery of the Tartar shaman. And it is with more or less picked up, by the way, from Etruscans here and Romans there, but in the main just what it was thousands of years ago, which we have today. But to the spell. When one is very ill in a house, and death is feared, go to a witch and say, I need a favor from thee, death will not come to my mulatto invalid. At mio malato non voglia far venire. E sono venuto da te a sentire. Perci tu bene mi te possa dire. Death will not take my friend away. Therefore tell me as well you may. What one must do, what one must say. Then on the night when death is expected, the witch sleeps, and death appears to her in a dream, and announces to her that on a certain day the invalid is destined for him, or will be in his power. Then on the night when death comes for his victim, the witch takes a pumpkin and makes in it eyes and nose, and 2 holes, and puts in them 2 pods of beans, with the beans in them, to seem like horns. And when death is expected, the witch makes the sign of the horns, la jettatura, called in Tuscany lo corn, nsi meta a scongerer begins her incantation, thus. O spirito di mort indigna. De questa casa tu ne puoi anar. Questo malato nella notte. Tu non potrai pigliare. Perci lo corna iatatra. Ti sono venuta a fare. E appena l'alba sera spuntata. Il ammalato più non ti sarai guadagnato. E dalla mort vera liberato. Spirit of death, to thee I say. Thou shalt not with thee bear away this suffering man, for at thee now the awful magic sign I throw. And when thou sayest the morning dawn, without thy prey thou shalt be gone. This time there'll be no gain for thee. And from thy power he'll be free. This picture of the witch defying death is a very striking one, and it may be studied as a subject by an artist. I was assured that this is all kept a secret from the priests, but that is the case with all the spells described in this book. Ovid describes in detail a ceremony which is essentially the same. There was in Rome a feast of expiation to the lemurs, or spirits of death, which was observed on the 9th, 11th, and 13th of May, and its object was to conjure away death for the coming year. At midnight the father of the family walked barefooted through the house, making with his fingers the sign which spirits fiercignac dat digitis, medio cum pollice junctus occurrit tecido any levis umbra sibi. That is, he made look corn or la jetatura. Then he washed his hands with pure well water, put beans into his mouth, and threw them about the house without looking behind him, saying 9 times, These I give, and with these beans I redeem me and mine. Then he washed his hands again, and if he did this 9 times, repeating, Manes excite paterni, he could look around, for then the ceremony was over. The pumpkin head is not mentioned here, but there are the beans and the jetatura. But Prelka distinctly declares that with the course of time the ceremony of the larvae was more developed into one of terrible apparitions, bugbears, or bogies. They accompanied it with imitations of skeletons and ghastly figures. This identifies the Tuscan spell with the Roman ceremonies, for the pumpkin is evidently meant to represent a skull. Even in our times the hollow pumpkin, with a lamp on a pole, being supposed to look like a skull with fiery eyes, is well known to all rustics, and Brom Bones employs it in Washington Irving's Legend of Sleepy Hollow to frighten Ichabod Crane. This means that death is frightened away by his own likeness. So among the Babylonian and Ninevite peoples, as may be read in the Chaldean magic of Lenormand, the great powers of evil among whom was death, were more afraid of their own likenesses than of anything else. For which reason horrible figures were placed here and there to protect all houses. Mirrors are also a protection against demons. I have also no doubt that though there was really a fancy for the eccentric and odd in the Middle Age, still the true reason for multiplying grotesque goblins everywhere was due to a similar belief. There is a strange kind of homeopathy running through the lore of that time, a manifold application of similia similibus curantur. The killing of witchcraft by witchcraft, the driving out of devils by devils, the cure by the weapon which gave the wound, which came to perfection in Paracelsus. This is not fortuitous, it occurs too frequently to be accidental or a result of correlative causes, and I believe that this primeval faith that death was scared away by death was the beginning of it. I believe, in fact, that just as lions and monsters for the base of pillars can be traced back from Byzantine to Babylonian Ninevite architecture, so the placing grotesque images of imps, demons, and goblins had a like origin in the same country. On the principle that the devil shuns his own likeness. It is certainly very distinctly preserved in this Tuscan exorcism of death. This belief explains the presence of such vast numbers in Christian churches of those diabolically odd figures which have so long been a puzzle to antiquarians. They were meant to banish devils. The spell of the cradle. When I was born it was in the city of Philadelphia. I had for nurse an old Dutch woman named Van der Pol, who was supposed to be something of a witch, or, like all old Dutch women, familiar with occult matters. One day I, the babe, was missing, as was my cradle. The house was searched in alarm, and at last I was found in my cradle in the garret. There were lighted candles round it, an open Bible and a plate of salt on me. I think there was a key or shears also, and money, but of this I am not certain. It was explained as a ceremony necessary to secure my success, or future happiness. Other and older printed authorities declare that it will cause the infant to rise in life, the going upstairs being symbolical of ascent, also that the person thus carried will become an adept in occult lore, or sorcery and magic. From the Journal of American Folklore, June, 1892, I learned that among the descendants of German colonists in North Carolina, the first time a baby is taken out of its natal room it must be taken up stairs, or it will not go to heaven. If the door of the room steps down, then the person carrying the baby must step on a chair or book with the baby in her arms, n.c. hoc. On relating this to a Tuscan, which she at once recognized it as a well-known observance, and explained how it was carried out in the Romagna, as follows. In the Romain there are witches good and bad. When they are attached to any family or place, and know that a babe is born there, they enter the house as secretly as they can and take the cradle, cula, with the babe, and carry it up to the garret, or attic, that is, to the highest room under the roof. Then the witch takes the sack, sacconcini, of the cradle, and lays the babe on it, and puts at its head coarse salt, and the Bible, opened, is put at the feet. And then 4 gold chains and 4 gold rings are put, one in every corner of the bed, and 2 lighted candles are placed at the babe's head. Then with the chains the bed is hung to the rafters, suspesi al palco, with the child in it, and the witch repeats. Io ho fatto questo. Non per interesse mia. Sola per l'amor che porto. A questa famiglia che per quanto sono gran di ricchezza. Ma che il sua figlia, più grande. Possa venire di talento. Esi lo ho messo sospeso. Così in alto lo ho messo. Perché col suo talento possa venire. La persona più alta. E più importante di questo mondo. This for myself I have not done. But for love to this little one. Not because his family, great or wealthy, chance to be. But that he may rise, have I brought him to this room so high. Thus may he by talents thrive. And be the greatest man alive. Truly a kind wish, and if it always took effect there would be no lack of talent in the world. In the Italian ceremony the benevolent witch must, after repeating the invocation, depart without looking behind her, and not return to the house that day, which latter condition is of ancient Latin origin. This incantation was repeated in prose, not sung. Divination with lead. The custom of divining by means of melted tin or lead dropped into water is, as Friedrich remarks, of great antiquity, as may be inferred from the fact that it has long been known to every race acquainted with these metals. The ceremony consists of melting the lead. Wax was also used among the Latins, dropping it into water, and inferring future events from its shapes. Then these were taken to bed by the person for whom the oracle was destined, when, by the influence of the image, a dream would confirm what its appearance predicted. It is barely possible that it might have entered into the heads of people in different countries to divine by the shapes which melted metal would assume. But that they should all conceive taking it to bed, to dream on, is inconceivably less probable than that it was transmitted in superstitious times from race to race. This theory of sporadic or independent invention of myths, customs, and superstitions has been carried of late to such extravagance, that if we accept it all we must believe that barbarous man, long before he had thought of anything else, developed all alone, wherever he existed, all the folklore which we now have, and that he zealously confined it to his own race, wherever he went. For the ideas which naturally occur to savages and peasants are very few indeed, as those know who have lived among them, and as is proved by those of the Romagna, who seem to have no superstitions which are not as old as the days of the Romans. Their manner of divination by means of melted lead is as follows. It is of some importance, because it is not only elaborate, but, as can be shown by analogy, it is very ancient in every detail. You must take 3 seeds of a rose, 3 leaves of nettle, 2 leaves of rue, and 3 seeds of cumin. Put all these together. Then take lead, and at midnight light 2 tallow candles, binding them with a red ribbon. Then take a plate, put the lead and the herbs on it, and the herbs last, that is to say, put the plate on the fire, and when the lead is melted put the herbs on it. Then pour the lead into water, and see what forms it takes. Should it take the form of a river, fiume, it is a bad sign. But this may be used to throw into the house of an enemy to do him evil. If the lead can be thrown into running water, and if it take the form of a baptismal font, it is a very good omen, and should be kept in a red bag, and this must be bound to the frame of the bed, or, better still, be put into the bed. Care being taken that no one touches it. When the lead and the herbs are put into the plate, one should say, Lo faccio per vedere. Se vera la fortuna. Os fortuna, in casa mia. This I do that I may see. If good, or bad, luck will come to me. I have another description of this ceremony, which is more in detail. Melt the lead and put the seeds of roses, leaves of rue, and 3 seeds of cumin on it. At midnight light 2 candles connected with a red ribbon. When melted, hold the plate out of a window, saying, O stregge, stregge. Che la granata non potit vedere. Io vi la levo per farvi piacere. O stregge, che di venerdì. Siete beat. Quest grazie mi potit faire. E questa grazia mi ferit. Se velit. Se questa zia, voi mi fate. Che il mio piombo mi faccia la forma. Gio na font. Significa. Andaranno bene le cose mai. Si il piombo fe la forma. Di un fiume e segno. Che le cose vanno molto male. O witches, witches. Who cannot bear to see a broom? I have removed it to please you. O witches, who are happy on Friday. Do me this favor, ye can if you will. That my lead may take the form of a font. Which is a sign that all will go well. But should it he a river, 'tis a sign that no good fortune now is mine. This was chanted so irregularly and so mingled with ordinary conversation that I could not clearly distinguish between the spell and the explanation. Then my informant resumed as follows. Put the font into a red bag, and throw this into the house of one to whom you wish good luck, and say, Non six butto il piombo. Ma la felicita. Che venga in casa vostra. It is not lead which here I throw, but happiness. That it into your house may go. But to harm an enemy, throw the river into his house, and say, Non butto il piombo. Ma la sfortuna. Che venga in casa tua. Che tu non possa avere. Paseni bene. 'Tis not lead which here I throw, but evil fate, that ye may know. Ere the spell of fate be o'er. Peace and fortune nevermore. If the lead forms a river, or the bad sign, to avert it, put the lead on the chimney piece or in some corner, and put on the fire some of the herb which is called, in Romagnola felsa, in Italian frec, fern. It is a plant which causes great suffering to witches. And while it is burning say, Brucio questa roba. Perci voi altra streg maladet. Non potit avere my bene. Perci io sic cercato una fortuna. Che non mi elevit voluta dare. This plant upon the coals I burn. To do ye witches an evil turn. May every evil come to ye. I asked a favor, and I see that none from you has come to me. I believe that this formula of mixing the lead with the ashes of the herbs and seeds is the true ancient Roman Etruscan one, because rue, nettles, cumin, and roseseed entered into the oldest incantations with which we are acquainted. But what makes the ceremony complete and most curious is the burning the fern leaves to destroy the influence of the witches. It was specially explained to me that it was very powerful against all sorcery and evil influences, and in every way a mysterious and strange herb. Of it Friedrich says, there are very many associations of sorcery, marvels, and superstitions connected with this plant, most of which are kept secret. The scale fern is especially regarded by the people with great respect, because many virtues are attributed to it, especially as a power against evil spirits. Its roots are used in invoking those which are good or evil. The 5 scales on the stalk, which are supposed to resemble a hand, are called the hand of luck, or John's hand, and are carried as a protection against misfortune or sorcery. Should the lead and ashes, and simply amalgamate into one piece, it has no special meaning. Divination with lead means the making of forms or figures by the aid of incantations, and it is therefore closely allied to the same by dropping the white of an egg into water, and judging from the shapes which it assumes what the future will be as regards a question asked. This is world-old and worldwide, but in Tuscany it is practiced as follows. Take a glass of water at midnight, exactly. Let fall into it the white of an egg, and say, Faccio quest uvo. Perci che tu maledetta striga. La fortuna tu passa darmi. Un spiegazione. Sopra questo uvo. Te lo lascio fuori di finestra. 24 ore. Che in abbia il tempo. Di farmi vedere. La mia fortuna. I show this egg, cursed witch, to thee. That I in turn my fate may see. For a day at thy command. On the window it shall stand. That my fortune I may know. That it shall my future show. After 24 hours consider it closely. If it shall have taken the form of a burying ground, means a death in the family. If it show a church and a priest giving the benediction, it means a wedding. Stars presage happiness. And if the lineaments of any person can be traced, it means good fortune from that particular person. The witches who attend to the egg prophecies must be a singularly amiable class of ladies. They are addressed with a curse, and then modestly requested to take the trouble to arrange a prediction. Divination by oil. Est enim evangelium signum pacis et saluberrimum oleum gratiae et misericordiae divini. Coquius, Hister. AC Contemplatio Sacra Plantarum. Vlissing, 1664. There are in the streets of Florence, not far from the Signoria, houses which were, possibly, old in the time of Dante, who knows? Or who knows the age of anything in this land where relics of even prehistoric culture abound, and nothing seems so strange as the new. Into one of these houses I entered into total darkness, felt my way upstairs to an invisible door, knocked, and entered a large room only divided from another by a large ancient arch. There was but a half-light from a single window, and the whole formed a very Rembrandt-like picture. At the table sat the fortune-teller, and before her was a glass of water into which, with strange gestures while uttering incantations, she was dropping oil from a bottle. Che fai, what art thou doing, daughter of 1,000 witches? I am making an incantesimo, an incantation with oil. Do you want to learn how to do it? Yes, I wanted to learn. I knew that the divination by oil was prohibited by law and gospel, church and state, even in the edicts of Charlemagne, and that it was in all times one of the secreta rariora which the witches kept for special occasions. The author of the Trinum Magicum, Civ Secretorum Magicorum Opus, published in 1611, tell us, Alica idem aquam in vitrium cadenum effundunt, olique gutulum admissent e sic in aqua mira se cernere passi putant. In English, some again pour water into a glass basin, mixing therewith a drop of oil, and so think they see marvelous things in the water. Which was all he knew about it, since if he could have told more he would assuredly have done so. The whole oracle was, however, duly, sincerely, and thoroughly consulted in my presence, and it runneth thus, as I wrote it down. Step by step. Take the flask with oil, a small one, make with it thrice the sign of the cross on the head and face, saying, In nome del cielo, del stel e della luna, mi levo, questo malocchio, o altra cosa, per mia maggior fortuna. In the name of heaven, of the stars and moon, I pass away this trouble. For better luck and soon. Then with the same bottle or vial, make 3 crosses with the right hand over the glass of water, exactly from side to side, also making the corna or jettatura with the forefinger and little finger of the left hand extended, and the middle and ring finger closed, or held by the thumb. And these extended fingers rest on the edge of the tumbler. While doing this the striga repeats. Bifania. 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 Chi mi ha dato il malocchio. Mi lo port via. Bifania. 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 Thou who didst cause this trouble. Bear it away from me. Then pour in, or let fall, very carefully, 3 drops of oil. If they combine at once, it is a good sign, or an affirmative to any question. If you wish to know whether you are to find what you seek, or meet a friend, or anything of the kind, all will go as you desire. But if the 3 drops remain apart, it is a bad or negative sign. Then to thoroughly explore all the chances, this ceremony is renewed 3 times. And every time throw the water and oil into the street, or a court. Should a man be the first to pass, all will yet go well. If a woman, the omens are still unfavorable. And then once more make the castagna or chestnut, the sign of the thumb between the 4 and middle fingers, which is far more potent than the corna. Even the early Roman writers call it terrible. Note that this also is on the edge of the glass, with the left hand, while with the right the oil is dropped skillfully so as to make a cross of oil, or spots of oil across the water, which has been renewed. Then cross the head and face 3 times with the oil, repeating the Bethania invocation 3 times as before. All of this was done with incredible quickness. And if, after all, the oracle is unpropitious, drop into the glass about a teaspoonful of salt and repeat the formula of Bethania. Should the oil turn of a whitish color, this is a sign that the Bethania relents and that all may yet go well. But if she be deaf to every spell, nor heed the sacred salt, then drop into the glass a hot coal, the last desperate resource of diabolical recklessness. Flectura esse nequio superbos acuranta movebo. This mixes the oil and water despite of all the devils. And this done you go forth with the fierce, proud feeling that though every omen is against you, you are to prevail by a strong will. But ere departing there is still something to be done. You express your gratitude to the spirit of the fire, which is short but extremely heathen, and I have no doubt very ancient. O fuoco benedetto! Chi brucia immensamente! E bruce tutte lo gente. Ti prego di bruciare. Questo malocchio. E chi mi el ha dato. O blessed fire! Thou who burnest so immensely. Thou who warmest all mankind. I pray thee to burn this evil spell, and the one who smote me with it. Then, as in old Latin writes, the coal and all must be thrown into a running stream, and you depart without looking behind you. Fers cineris amarillae foras, revoque fluenti, transque capit jace, any respexeris. The reader will find by comparison that this charm has much in common with the divination by ashes. I must confess that I greatly admire this species of divination, and have perfect faith in the last, or hot coal, portion of it. The witch had by her side a scaldino, an earthenware brazier in the form of a basket, just as her ancestresses always had in the days of Virgil, and perhaps long before the time of Tarquin. And when the coal went hissing into the oil and water, her face had the beautiful expression of a sorceress defying a fiend. It was a fine picture. And a great artist would have appreciated the flashing black eyes under a thicket of tangled hair, and my mind darted from the witch of Vesuvius to Virgil and Apuleius and Theocritus, who had all seen the same antique and terrible face doubtless in the orgasm of the hot coal. Other oracles and incantations say their say, give you a yes, or no, and are done with it. But in this you begin amiably and smoothly with the oil, and a gentle, if heathen, incantation to the planets. You give fate every chance, and are prodigal with magical courtesies, or ceremonies. But you do not give it up should the reply be unfavorable. Not at all. You proceed to the greater piquancy of salt. Salt is polite too, but there is an intimation in it that there is an iron hand under your velvet glove, that you mean business and will see the thing out. And then salt failing comes the red-hot coal. Should the sky fall, you will hold it up with your spear, and defy the devil. In other words, that which was to have been, may be compelled to take another course by means of persevering in enchantments. Which corresponds to prayer and penance in all religions, whatever, all of which teach that the future may be changed or formed to suit those who are good. It may not have occurred to many readers to reflect that what all such divinations as this are equivalent to, is prayer, accompanied by formalities. When religious people, as is very often done in America, hold meetings to pray for a certain object or purpose, it is quite the same as if they divined with oil and salt and invoked Bethania. In the year 1859, when Theodore Parker was extremely obnoxious to the rigidly orthodox of all sects, a number of very Presbyterian pious ladies held meetings for the purpose of praying that he might be taken away from this life. And his death, soon after, was attributed to the fervency of their zeal. No secret was made of this, it was boasted of in religious newspapers. I was at the time editor of Vanity Fair in New York. A lady wrote a poem gracefully satirizing this voodoo work, and I drew for it an illustration, which I published. I do not see wherein this piously praying a man to death differs from the very wickedest witchcraft described in this book. Every effort to beg or force from the unknown or supernatural certain knowledge or favors, be it by prayer, fasting, incantation, or ceremonies, is sorcery, call it by what name we will. From the beginning of time men have tortured and put one another to death for employing different methods of conjuration. The Catholic has burned and imprisoned and made miserable to death literally millions. The Mahometan and Brahmin and mild Buddhist have all done their best in the same work, and not one of them has ever reflected that they were all only shades or clouds of the same primeval witch and devil's darkness. There is a rising light which will in time dissipate it all. This is the sun of science. And on every side we hear petitions that the majority of men shall still be kept in the old darkness, somewhere or in some way. There must be a religion. What would the multitude do but for a religion? I never met, by the way, in all my life a man who really considered himself as belonging to the multitude. Or, would you take from man his tenderest belief, from the little child its faith in angels and a God, and to which the answer is plain and clear, which is, that if the parents know enough to be exemplarily honest in all their mutual dealings, and how to teach the child to be likewise, the proper form for instinctive sentiment of any kind will never be wanting. For it is in humanity. There is another method of using oil, not for divination or warring oil witches, but to bewitch, that is to fascinate men. It consists in stealing from a church some of the oil of baptism, if you can get it, if not, that which is blessed and put into the lamps before the Virgin or saints will do quite as well. And if a girl anoints her lips with it, the man who kisses her will be seized with a wild, strange love. He'll heed not the dark world beneath him. He'll heed not the heaven above. No, all and everything will be lost in a delirium of devotion to the demoiselle while before him, compared to whom the best sardine is as nothing. He must have her without regard to expense. Now, as it is the great end and aim of all Italian, and much English, woman nature and life, to produce such feelings in men, it is not remarkable that this oil stealing is carried on to a great extent. It is a very ancient, unholy custom, and is regarded as being to the last degree sacrilegious by the priests, who look upon all kinds of magic and sorcery save their own as doubly damnable. Paulus Grolandus, who, in his time, as he proudly informs us, ordered the torture and burning alive of hundreds of heretics and witches, tells the following tale, apropos of naughty girls who steal the holy wafer to make love charms. In his work, dated 1547, he relates that it is not now a year ago since I saw and examined two shameless and lewd women, do imputus muliers, at Rome, who were held captive by the Reverend Lord Locum Tenens of the Reverend D. Vicarii Papae. Grolandus was, in society, about that time and wished to show his skill, and by examining, this kind of examining meant rack and red-hot pincers, I found they had taken the oil of baptism, and anointed their lips while speaking these words, Abernuncio tibi. Which being done, if they kissed men, these would love them. But despite all their craft, they atoned for their crime by suffering the extreme of condign punishment. This means, darkly, something worse than rack and burning alive, or convicta et combusta, for to this holy griller, Grolandus, such punishment was a mere commonplace. However, in spite of church and stake, girls in Italy have kept on doing it i.e. stealing oil, and no great wonder either, since the fear of torture and the certainty of hell everlasting would never prevent any true daughter of Eve from doing anything which would attract admiration. And this is the way it is now worked, as described to me by one who was familiar with the process. When a woman wishes to inspire sincere love in any man, she should go into church while the priests and women are singing the benediction. And from a lamp burning before a male saint, pure che non esae una santa, take from it 3 drops of oil, which must be blessed, but only with the forefinger, and put them in a little dish or plate, piatino. And say, non prendo questo aglio, ma prendo la benedizione de questo santo. Secondo il nome del santo. Perci questa benedizione veda semper al mio amore, che non possa perdersi mai. De questo mia cuore. I take not oil for my affliction, but I take the benediction from this saint. The name is here given, that it may move the man I love, and that he may ne'er depart, while he lives from this my heart. Then the little dish should be carried home and very carefully hidden so that no one may see it, and for 3 Fridays in succession the lips must be anointed with the oil. And, kissing her lover on the lips, the girl must say, Io ti bacio e ti bacio sinceramente. E sempre nascosto del gente. Io ti bacio di vero cuore. E ti bacio di vero amore. E questo santo mi vorrà aiutare. Che tu pure tu mi possa amare. E presto tu mi voglia sposare. I kiss thee, love, and most sincerely. In secret, for I love thee dearly. I kiss thee from my very heart. I kiss thee, dear, with truest love. And may Saint, for his part, the witness be my truth to prove, that thou mine own shalt ever be. And that, ere long, thou lt marry me. For doing and saying which trifling thing young girls were torn with red-hot pincers, their joints pulled out of socket by the rack, hot oil poured all over them, Vied Horst, Demonamagia, Sprenger, and then were burned alive. That is, at Rome before the Pope, by his order, when the Roman Church was in the full plenitude of its power, infallible wisdom, and Christian philanthropy, light and sweetness, meekness, and mercy. I believe that this modern Italian ceremony gives the whole truth, and all the veritable details of the oil stealing. I do not believe that any such words as abernuncio tibi were ever uttered. The priests in their accusations always declare that the witches were always renouncing and denouncing Christianity, but of all this there is hardly a trace in the practices of the witches, as truly set forth by themselves. And considering how they were treated, it is wonderful that they did not abuse it on all occasions. The object of stealing the oil was to get the mysterious occult virtue or power of the benediction uttered by the priest, else why would it be stolen at all, and what sense would there be to take it while denying its power? True, there is not much sense of any kind in the whole proceeding, be it on the part of priest or witch, but what there is with the woman, who wished for nothing cruel or inhuman, but only to get a sweetheart. It is not magic, or sorcery, or witchcraft, when a priest pronounces an idiotic incantation or spell or benediction over oil, to burn before a lamp, or touch up a sinner with it on his deathbed. But if a girl takes a few drops of this same enchanted liquid to attract a lover, it is a crime deadly mortal sin. And it is related that during the first occupation of Paris by the Allied army, the Cossacks not only drank the oil of the street lamps, but that in the plenitude of their impiety they even drained to the dregs all which was in those of the churches. Now, if stealing only 3 drops of the oleum benedictum by a foolish young girl deserved all the tortures of the sacred Inquisition, and after that a passage, through flames material and temporal unto flames immaterial and eternal, what should have been decreed to a dirty, bristling savage, sinful with all the sins, heretic of a Cossack who topped off the whole lamp? Imagination shrinks appalled before such tremendous wickedness. When you have sent your milliner, or servant maid, or female, to the byss of the abyss, as Jacob Bhme calls it, of the hell of hells, what can you do with the greater malefactor? Let us reflect. And a strange moral lurks behind it all. I, reader, have been, and for that matter thou with me, in the spirit in an unholy conventicle of witches where, according to the general testimony of all the great and wise and good men living 200 years ago. Satan himself was present glowering over us who were seeking awfully by night an infernal base delight. And we performed ceremonies which are distinctly described as damnable by all the great authorities of both churches, Catholic or Protestant authorities, mind you, such as Luther, who are yet today absolutely believed in, and deferred to. Yeah, with this oil, and coal, and hot water, and church lamp business we damned ourselves outside of all redemption, through all the colors of the rainbow from A to Andk. Behold, O reader, what I went through for thy sake. Matter of breviary, quoth Friar John. Pyromancy and incense. Das Feuer ist heilig, und word Gottlich verwirrt weil es ein reines Element ist, und deshalb müssen sein Priesterinnen auch rein Jungfrauen sein. Das Feuer, J. B. Friedrich, Symbolic der Natur, page 60. Sic in igni praeter alia elementa, sacra omnia insistebant, quod is, crecto proximus scylla sit. Polydor Virgil de Inv, Rerum. The author of the Trina Magicum, 1611, referring to old Roman divination, describes minutely that by fire. He tells us that there is also pyromantia, in which powdered resin was thrown into the flames. If the flame rose in one, it was a good sign; if lambent and divided, unfortunate; if in 3 points, a glorious eventum or result; if much dispersed, an ill death; if crackling or snapping, misfortune. If it was very suddenly extinguished, great danger. Resin here includes or means frankincense. The identity of the modern pyromancy in Tuscany with that of the old Roman, whether it be by observation of flame, or by putting grain, frankincense, or poppy leaves on coals, is very remarkable. They were narrated to me as follows. Flame. Let the wood be lighted, and if in doing this the fire ignites with difficulty, or makes ugly, brut, or little flames, it is a bad sign, either as regards events or what we may have in our mind. In the Romagna the old men say if you would know how a thing will turn out, you must study the fire attentively. If it burns well, all will go well, and if ill, they will end badly. 38. If it burn with one flame clear and fine, it is a sign of good fortune. Several flames, or now on one side and then on the other, with a snapping, mean that relations or friends will soon come to visit you. And before consulting the fire, if you wish to get very decided omens, repeat this. Fuoco, fuoco benedetto. Alla casa mia fortuna aspetto. E semper a te vengo sperare. Che l'augurio di buono. Fortuna tu mi voglio dare. Fire, fire, blessed fire. Unto fortune I aspire. So I hope that I may see that thou still wilt truly be a fortune giver unto me. And colored or varied flames are like broken ones. This recalls, and that very vividly, a passage from the Oedipus of Seneca. Tyr. Quid flamma? Largus jam comprehendit dapes. Man subito repulsit lumen, e subito occidit. Tyr. Utrum claris ignis, et nitidus stetit. Rectusque purum verticum scylla tulit. E summum in auras fusus explicant comum. An latera circumserpit incertus viae. E fluctuant turbitus fumo labat. Man. Non una facies mobilis flamma fuit. Imbrifera quelis implicat varios sibi. Iris colores, part quae magna poli. Curvati picto nunciat nimbos sinu. Cas dicit illi casu sit dubits color. Chemlia fulvis mista operavit natis. Sanguini rursus, ultimum in tenebras abit. Sed ecce pugnax ignis in partes duas. Discedit. Immugit eris ignis eti trepidant foci. This corresponds accurately to the modern omens and incantation. Grain on coals. There was, observes the author of Trina Magicum, another kind of captromancy. For either grains of sesame or of black poppy were thrown on hot coals, and from the smoke rising from them omens were drawn, as Dion Cassius observes. In Tuscany the divination is now as follows. Take from the crop a few grains, shikchi, lay them on the coals, and if they burst or pop well, scopra, it is a sign that the crop for the next year will be a good one. And if they do not burst it will be bad. And poppies are used, but I know nothing about that. This is perhaps the real method anciently followed. Anciently wheat or barley, or poppy pods were used, but as it was found out in later times that Indian corn, or maize, exploded or popped better, it has been substituted. The following is a more detailed account of this augury. Take some grains of Gran Turco and put them on a plate, and that on the fire at midnight, and say, Metto questo Gran Turco. Quanti diavoli siete? Vi scongiuro che mi dite. O mi fate appear. Se il mio amore. Oggi mi viene a vedere. Mi amore mi ama. Mi vol hence mi sposera. Questo, Gran Turco tre cambiamenti. Tre cambiamenti mi farà. Se mi ama il Gran Turco. Farà la forma di un cuore. Se mi sposera farà la forma. La forma di un fiore. Ma se non mi ama. Fate diavoli maledetti. Che il Gran Turco non faccia forma. Ne di cuore, e ne di fiori. I put this corn, devils, to sea. However many ye may be. I conjure you that you may tell me if my lover loves me well. So make him come this afternoon. And if he means to wed me soon. Therefore I pray you make this corn a certain form to take. Should the grain be like a heart, he from me will never part. Should the shape be like a flower, soon will come the nuptial hour. If he love me not at all, then the devil take it all. If he love not, let there be neither flower nor heart for me. Incense on coals. This is used to ascertain who has bewitched any one or to remove the evil spell. Take a scaldino, a receptacle of glazed crockery like a basket in form, with charcoal glowing hot, and then take incense and cumin, and put them on the coals. Then with a large knife in the left hand, the scaldino being held in the right, go into all the rooms and above and below the bed, pronouncing all the time the benediction. And with this knife stir the contents. And as the cumin and incense burn, repeat. Non buco questo incenso. Ma buco il corpo, l'anima. E tutti I sentimenti. Del corpo di quella infame. O del infamo. Che mi ha messa. La mala fortuna. In casa mia. I do not pierce, or stir, the incense. But I pierce the body, the soul. And all the feelings. Of the body of the wretch. Who has put bad fortune. Into my home. When all the incense is burned, put into the scaldino a leaf of yellow paper, always yellow, and 2 nails tied in the form of a cross. If you do not know who has done the harm, throw the incense and coals into a running stream or into a river. But if you suspect any person, you have the scaldino and nails carried into his or her house and hide it under the roof where it cannot be found. Do not forget to have in it the crossed nails. Then the guilty person will be compelled, or impelled, to undo the harm or spell, she or he will have no rest till this be done. It is understood in this that to succeed the incense must burn freely. In the old Roman oracles, Huc illit pertinere puto de nymphi o prop Apollonium, the incense was taken, the prayer or incantation uttered, and the incense thrown on the fire. If it was all burned the omen was favorable, also if it snapped out of the fire and burned, or the flame followed it, all was still well. This did not apply to probabilities of death or marriage mort nuptiisque exceptis. Though different as to the method and objects, there is quite enough in common between the ancient and modern ceremony to warrant the conclusion that the latter was derived from an old Roman source. There is also another very interesting and evidently very ancient incantation with burning incense, intended to remove an evil of any kind, or to invoke good fortune from the mysterious which known as the Bifania. Take frankincense, both of the best and the inferior kind, also come in seed. Have ready a new scaldino, which is kept only for this purpose. And should it happen that affairs of any kind go badly, fill the scaldino, or earthen fire dish, with glowing coals, then take 3 pinches of best incense and 3 of the second quality, and put them all in fila, in a row, on the threshold of the door. Then take the rest of your incense and the cumin, and put it into the burning coal, and carry it about, and wave it over the bed and in every corner, saying, In nome del cielo, del stel e della luna, mi levo questo mal diacchio, per mia maggior fortuna. Bifania. 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 Che mi date mal diacchio maledetta sia. Bifania. 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 Chi mi ha dato il maldocchio. Mi lo porta via. E maggior fortuna. Mi venga in casa mia. In the name of heaven. And of the stars and moon. May this trouble change. To better fortune soon. Bifania. 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 Should this deed be thine. Bifania. 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 Take it away, bring luck, I pray. Into this house of mine. Then when all is consumed in the scaldino, light the little piles of incense on the threshold of the door, and go over it 3 times, and spit behind you over your shoulder 3 times, and say, Bifania. 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 Chi mi ha dato il maldocchio. Mi lo porta via. Bifania. 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 I say. Since thou gavest this bad luck. Carry it away. Then pass thrice backwards and forwards before the fire, spitting over the left shoulder, and repeating the same incantation. There is in Tuscany a spell against gossips, backbiters, slanderers, and spreaders of evil reports. It is as follows. Against people who chatter evil against us, lo person chi ciarlano sue nostro canto, take incense with the 2 fingers and the thumb, contra dita, and put it on the threshold of the door and at the window. Put a distaff and a spindle with the weight, penzoloni, hanging down, and then set fire to the incense, and say, Incenso, incenso. Che bene tu passa brusciere. E coso passono brusciere. Lo male lingui che ciarlano. Tanto di me, e appena. Tu sarai brusciato. La rocca e il fuso. Dalla finestra mi eni andro a levar. E anche quel voglio brusciere. E cosi brusciere. Pure quel male lingui. E di mi non torneranno più a ciarler. Fino che la rocca e il fuso. Cum prima non tornera, questo cum prima. Non potrà mai tornar. E lo linguici indegni. Male di mi non più patrano parler. E cosi brusciere, and incense, incense. Mayst thou burn well. And so may burn, and so may burn. The tongues who speak ill of me. Thou shalt be burnt. Then will I take from the window the distaff and spindle. Them too will I burn. And so may burn, and so may burn. Those evil tongues, may they ne'er return unto their gossip till the distaff and spindle turn as once before. May neither turn again. And so may the vile, unworthy tongues never speak ill of me again. And so may burn, and there is a certain classic Latin air in this invocation, a rude strength and an ingenious expression in tornerano turning and returning as applied to the spinning and the tongues, which is really poetical. But what is most interesting in it is its similarity to an incantation described by Ovid. An old woman, he tells us, conjures as follows to protect all present against slanderous tongues and the evil eye. First she takes with 3 fingers 3 pinches of incense, and puts these under the threshold in a mouse hole. Then, while murmuring incantations, she wraps woolen thread round a reel of dark color, while moving 7 beans in her mouth. Finally she takes the head of a fish called manna, anima, smeared with pitch and penetrated with a bronze needle, sews up its mouth, and dries it by a fire into which she pours some wine, and drinks the rest of it with the girls present. This is the version of Preller, but from one line I understand that the real means distaff, spindle, and the leaden penzolono. Tum cantata ligat cum fascio licia plumbo. Preller suggests rombo for plumbo, but the weight is generally of lead. However, all things considered, it is pretty clear that in both ceremonies we have 3 pinches of incense, with the distaff and spindle all against slanderers. The distaff and spindle formed an important part of classic magic, and as Preller remarks, spinning and turning round belong in their nature to sorcery. There is a curious illustration of this in the following Romagnola recipe for constructing a magical scarecrow. To keep goblins and fairies from stealing fruit. Take red rags, and with them, and with a distaff and spindle. Make an image like a little old woman. Put 2 of these in the field or vineyard. Then put 2 brooms to make a cross, and say. Se uno spirito affair. Che la frutta mi viena a sin per. O tu vicia mi li vorrai discacier. Se poi facero stregge ho granit. Che incroci 6 ho messo. Mandate. Indietro tutte lo stregge stragoni. Che non vengono a mangiarmi I pomi. If thou, goblin, art a fairy, who hast stolen my fruit, beware ye. The old woman there shall scare ye. Or should they perchance be witches? There's a cross of broomsticks, which is powerful, and with them grapples. When they come a stealing apples. Should the reader think there is a ring of Herrick in this, he may also remark that it is fully as apparent in the Italian as in my translation. It is believed in the North that a witch can be discovered by means of fire. Wolf, Deutsche Märchen und Sagen, relates that when the children of a peasant are bewitched, a fire is made. Should the flames unite and form one just as in the Italian incantation, the first person who enters the house will be the witch. Little Lady Rosyhood. In the fireplace lives. Eating only coal and wood. Heat to all she gives. Bobbing up and dancing. Merry all the day. But when the wood is ashes, then she no longer flashes. And in smoke she flies away. The spell of the lamp. At the festival of the great mother of all life, Neith, the Egyptians burned lamps in which were oil and salt, and this signified the new life of the year. For salt symbolized the creation of life, and the light that it came forth from darkness into existence, therefore this did well suit that festival. Friedrich, Symbolic der Natur. The picturesque Italian lamp, consisting of a long upright brass rod, up and down which slides the cup with generally 3 wicks, the rod being supported on a base, is of Roman origin, and well known to all travelers. It is used in magic as follows: when a babe is bewitched, to find out who has laid a spell on it. Take a lampada, detta lucerna, such a lamp as is called a lucerna. And having lighted all 3 of its wicks, put it on a square table with a sharpened knife and 3 pins. Then at midnight, seated in a chair by the table, make the sign of the jettatura, locorn. And, wishing to know the name of the person who has bewitched anybody, you go to sleep, and it will be revealed to you in a dream. But first repeat the following. Mary, Blessed Virgin, if the illness of this child, or other person, comes from any illness, come to me in sleep. Mary, Blessed Virgin, I commend myself to you to do me the favor that he may soon recover. But if he be bewitched by any one, then, O devil unchained from hell, extinguish one of these lamps and make me to know who was the cause of this illness, and if it be a witch, that I may know her name, and that I may find her in the form of a cat. And her life at longest may last only 3 days. And this being done, the one bewitched will recover in 3 days, and not be so afflicted again. This singular mixture of invocation to the Virgin and the devil was further confused, apparently by the narrator's imperfect memory of the incantation. There is another method of using the lamp, by which names are given or signs indicated be the lights going out, each light being first named or numbered. This leaves the snuff of the wick smoldering, and magic use this also in incantations. Thus Marcellus gives the following, 94, Grimm, p. 25. Si quem quar nols, fieric cupis in usu venerio tardierem, de lucernaque spont extinguitor, fungos et huc vivendis in potion aegis exting, bibendant incio trade, confestum innervabitur. Which is to the effect that to deprive a man of his virile power you must give him wine to drink in which the glowing snuff of a wick has been extinguished. In Tuscany there is the following, used for any illness. When anyone is ill, let a lamp be placed in his room, one burning oil, and small, una lucernina semper se possible, and when it goes, or burns, out, take the long, round snuff, macalea, and put it into wine, and give this to the invalid to drink. Should he drink it voluntarily he will get well, if he refuse it it is a sign that he will not recover. It is here understood that the snuff is put into the wine without the knowledge of the patient. I should add to this that every lamp is supposed to have its peculiar spirit, who may be invoked. That is to say, if you buy one of these antiquely formed lamps though any old Roman lamp will answer the purpose and pronounce over it in faith and seriousness an invocation to a spirit or what is better. Get some old woman who practices sorcery to do so for you, with incense then you will have by you a household spirit, elf, or fairy, who may be consulted in many ways. And as people say in England that a fire, with its lifelike moving flames, is company, so the Italian girl, as she sits and sews, finds a fairy companion in the mysterious and silent, yet animated light of the lamp. Which wick fire seemed so mysterious to the Rosicrucian Lord Blaze that he wrote a book on it, and on the blessed secrets of salt, in which book the close philosophy of Sartor Resartus was clearly anticipated. If you want such a triple lamp, reader, you must buy an old one, and it will cost from 3 to 5 francs. Chapter 4. Evil Incantations. There exist among the Tuscan witches a very great number of spells, the object of which is to injure or even kill enemies, and there is reason to believe that these are the most ancient of all. For the further we go back behind the genial embodiment of the forces of nature and polytheism the darker and more vindictive does sorcery become. This may be tested by races still existent. For just as the babe in the womb is said to pass through the stages corresponding to those of lower forms of animals, to the higher, so we may see the primitive or prehistoric man more or less modified by soil or climate, in the Fuegian, Papuan, or Australian, and specially in the African races. Among all these the horrible old witchcraft, which aims far more at death and injury and revenge than at doing good, predominates over benevolence. And that there should still be so much of it, employing the earliest known forms of sorcery, in Italy, is an almost conclusive proof of its antiquity. As animals must destroy life before they can enjoy it, so man seems in his animal stage to have found his first great pleasure in injuring or killing others. It is perfectly true that races in a low or primitive state of society, even if separate and without intercourse, would, under similar conditions, develop the same superstitions or myths. But it does not follow from this that there has been no borrowing or tradition. On the contrary, an impartial examination of all such folklore with the most scrupulous comparative analysis, shows that there has been an immense, if often mysterious, amount of transmission. And that the theory of innate ideas or what amounts to the same thing must be very sparingly exercised. It may, however, certainly be conceded that the Romagnola spells did not grow of themselves of late years, but really sprang from ancient sources. For those who now hold them live in the same country as the Etruscans or Old Latins, who were their progenitors. And as they retain innumerable customs of their ancestors as recorded by classic writers, none but the most captious critic can be disposed to contest closely the possibility of their having inherited their superstitions. I have such a number of these spells to do harm that I can give only a few of them. The first is as follows. It is from a large manuscript collection made for me by an expert. It was taken from the archives of the witches, that is to say copied, as were many of these recipes from others which are jealously preserved from publicity, as the wise woman naturally prefers to impart her wisdom viva voce. The evil, in this case, was naively explained as that which was done to the man's mistress by withdrawing his love. To do an evil per faire una malia, so that a man may be drawn from loving another woman, and only he attached to his wife take 3 Indian chestnuts or wild horse chestnuts, maroni d'Indi, maroni salvatici, and powder them fine. As fine as possible. Marcellus lays stress in the same trituration. Then take a new earthen pot, and put into it the powder, and mix with it 3 drops of the husband's blood, or of the woman whom he loves, and put this blood with the rest, and, if it be possible, add to this as much more blood of either as can be obtained, and to this a half-liter of spirits, a full pint, and some water, and boil it in a bagno Maria, balneum Mariae, that is, the pot in another pot of water. And when it shall have boiled for a quarter of an hour, put the pot under the bed, and then at midnight, the wife should leave the bed and bathe the head of the husband a little, in the form of a cross, also bathe sotto negli in testicoli. And say, non bagno te, bagno il tuo cor. Che sempre più tu mi passa amare. E più tu non mi passa lasciare. E con altra don tu non passa anar. E quel affar. Con altra don non ti I passa alzare. I bathe not thee, I bathe thy heart. That thy love from me may ne'er depart. That thou shalt to me be true for aye. Nor with other women go thy way. Nor deal with them, be it as it may. And this must be done for 7 nights, thrice in a night. Then throw the pot and all its contents into a running stream, saying, Butto via questo pento. E butto via e pensiero. Del mio marito per altra. E che porti tutto l'amor. E mi che io pur tanto l'amo. Now I cast this pot away. With my husband's thought to stray. To others' love that I may see. Him true, as I shall ever be. And having thrown it into the water, walk away without looking behind you, and for 3 days after do not pass by that place. Revoke fluentiges any respexeris, by the running water look not back again. This portion is as old as the days of Virgil, and I doubt not that the whole spell was ancient in his time. The next is entitled, To injure an enemy, To make a man or woman suffer, take a peppercorn and illegible, such as is found in the fields, and boil it with the hair of the man or woman and repeat. Non faccio boglier questi capelli. Ma faccio boglier questa roba. Unita all'anima e il cuore. Di quello che non passa più vivere. E non passa più stare. In mezzo alle streghe. Tu ti debi sempre trovare. I do not boil the hair alone. But all these things together thrown. With his heart and soul that he may perish and forever be. Only in witches' company. The success of such charms depends chiefly on the seriousness or earnestness with which they are pronounced. When the witch utters them for herself or for another, she does it with an air of terrible vindictiveness, such as would cause any one to shudder. In a community where everybody is very superstitious, and where even the established religion earnestly teaches the terrors of exorcism and excommunication and the virtues of amulets, it is to be expected that the ignorant will also dread the same in another kind of sorcery. Therefore, if a man believes that he has been or is to be voodooed, be it by priest or witch, he is in mortal terror, nay, he may even die of apprehension. Another charm is as follows. Take a toad. Obtain some of the hairs of your victim. Tie them to the left leg of the toad, and put the animal into a covered pot. As it suffers the enemy will suffer, when it dies he will die. But if he is only to suffer and not die, remove the hair from the leg of the toad and let it go. To torture an animal and cause its sufferings to pass by means of spells to a human being is common in witchcraft. Such is the following. To put misfortune, il male auguro, into a house, so that all things may go wrong, take a black cat and cut away all its skin, for so much as it suffers so much will the person suffer whom you would bewitch. 39 And letting the cat go, say. Ti ho tagliato il pelo. Perci tu mandi alla malora. I have cut the skin from thee. That thou shalt carry misery to. Then name the one whom you wish to suffer. Then take the skin or hair, with nettles, skins of Indian figs with the prickles, powdered horse scrapings, pepper, wild chestnuts, carrots, and garlic, and with these the hairs of the person, and pulverize all very finely, fine, sia possible. Then take linseed and hempseed, seeds of melons and pumpkins, and put them all in a black glazed pot, which place on the hole of a privy. Then take 2 candles tied with black and red thread, and let it remain for 3 days, first lighting the candles, and as soon as they are burned out renew them. And when 3 days are past, then, exactly at midnight, put the pot on the fire, and say. Non faccio boglier questa pentola. Ma faccio boglier il corpo e l'anima. D. It is not this pot which I boil. But I boil the body and soul. Of. This liquid is then put into a small bottle, and thrown into the house of the one to whom you wish harm, and from that time that person will have no peace. This amiable potpourri is interesting from the character of its ingredients, all of which are found in the ancient recipes for injuring enemies. Thus carrots as a species of rapum, rapa, or raffinus, by name are allied to rabio, rabo, rho alpha pi iota omega, Greek rapi, to quarrel. Whence it is, says Friedrich, a symbol of discord. There is much curious tradition showing its connection with evil and evil spirits. A short and simple method of setting people by the ears is to buy some of the herb known as discordia, and when you wish for a vendetta, no uncommon want in Italy, throw it into a house, and say. Non butto questo pezzo di roba. Ma butto la discordia. Che non poscia der pia. Pace in questa casa. It is not this thing which I throw. But discord, that they ne'er may know. Peace in this house, so let it go. Also the following. For an enemy. Take salt and pepper and put it into his clothing, or in his house, and say. Vi metto questo pepe. E questo sale. Che in vita vostra. Pace e felicita. Non six passa dare. I put this pepper on you. And this salt thereto. That peace and happiness. You never more may know. Pepper is supposed to cause ill feeling and promote quarrels. Les anciens livres de songes, says D. Gubernatus, Mythology de Plants, Volume 2, pretendant que le poivre viu en songes de mauvais augure, et un source de querelles dans la maison et dehors, et tout sorts de déplaisers. I have 2 spells for bewitching people on their wedding day, so that they may be utterly miserable, and never agree. One is as follows. If you desire that a woman shall never find happiness in marriage, take on the wedding day an orange flower, and put into it a little fine salt, pepper, and cumin, with sconcordia, discordia. And attach this to the bride's back, saying. Tu sa maledetta. Tu non possa avere. Un giorno di pace. E quando vai. Inginocchiart. Avanti l'altare. Tu possa essere gia pentiti. Del passa che tu fai. Be thou accursed. Mayst thou never know. A single day of peace. And even when thou dost go. To kneel before the altar. Mayst thou feel forsaken. And bitterly regret. The step which thou hast taken. In another, si div prendere del sang menstrual chi viena alla donna, mixed with rue and cumin, boil all in pure water, and make it into comfits. Give these to the bride and groom on their wedding day. And while preparing the comfits, repeat. Faccio quest confet. Per che portano. La maledizione. E las comunica. E I do spose. E pronunciero coloro nome. Che non possono vivere unity. Tutti giorni possono ledicare. E unity un anno. Non possono stare. Questa e la contezza. Che se devono dare. Basta. I make these comfits, may they bear deep affliction, malediction. Here upon this married pair. Here the names are given. May they never be united. May they quarrel every day. May their marriage bond be slighted. Ere a year has passed away. This shall be the life between them. Let that life be as it may. Enough. Which last word is doubtless repeated by the reader. I have more of these spells of black witchcraft too abominable to repeat, therefore I am glad that my limits forbid me to give further cursing. Very nearly allied to these spells are those leveled against witches, and others intended to bring faithless lovers, male or female, back to their forsaken ones. The malediction is the mainstay of witchcraft. Browning has made his Spanish monk say, "If hate killed men, Brother Lawrence, God's blood could not mine kill you." The Stretch believe, however, as do all among whom they live, that concentrated, intense venomous hatred, or will, allied to spells can kill. And there are many who, believing themselves to be thus hated, do die. And when the hate has really been awakened by a deep wrong, be it from conscience or the mysterious working of destiny, and causes beyond our ken, it is wonderful to see how often the arrow strikes sooner or later. Believe in nothing if thou wilt, neither in the heaven above or in the earth below, but cast up the account of Orcus, the account thereof cast up, and if there is one on earth whom thou hast deeply, deliberately wronged, thou shalt find thy nemesis. Dread him whom thou hast struck. There is a generally prevailing popular opinion carefully inculcated by teachers of religion, to the effect that the man who seeks for revenge is always entirely in the wrong. This is, in spirit, allied to the Republican doctrine that the minority have no rights or simply vi victis. It was all very pretty in a rough past, but at present it cannot be denied that our laws, legal or social as religion has made them protect us only against the gross outrages, such as are incident to a state beyond which we have passed. For a very great proportion of the bitterest and most biting injuries which the cultivated man can endure there is no legal or social punishment whatever. This, like the precept to endure all wrongs patiently or to turn the other cheek, is against human nature and justice. It might possibly be enforced in a monastery, but it is inapplicable to life in general. And thus it is that the witch, the shaman, and the lawyer and priest get a living. There would be fewer of them if we had less exalted ideals. If we were to sell all we have and give it to the poor, we should, so far from doing any good, build up an immense army of beggars, and the general application of the principle of turning the other cheek to be smitten, would simply develop bullying. Cruelty and smiting, beyond all toleration. It was indeed very extensively preached by monks during the Middle Ages, with the result of creating more cruelty, torture, and outrage than had ever before been known in any civilized countries. In due proportion, or rather out of all proportion, to meek virgins, beato angelicos, and illimitable saintly charities, were the squeezings of the last farthing from peasants, rapine, torture and murder. The ideal of excess in goodness produced its natural result in excess of evil. The softer the light the blacker the shadows, and it is a rule, with little exception, that in galleries where angelicos and memlings, and all such works of ineffable sweetness and divine tenderness abound. There too we find revolting pictures of breaking on the wheel, flaying alive, scalding, disjointing, and roasting, executed with a genial strength which shows that such subjects were dear to the hearts of all in those days. One of the most horrible inventions of legal medieval torture was in the likeness of the Blessed Virgin. The spell of the holy stone and the salagrana. Look through a holy stone, and see the fairies pass. Oh, a violet blue is a fairy shoe. Blue violets in the grass. The reader is probably aware that if he be at the bottom of a deep uncovered well he can see the stars at noonday. Or that if he look through a long tube he can distinguish objects more clearly, for it is not generally known that all the properties of a telescope are not entirely in the glasses. Nay, even a small roll of cardboard like a funnel helps us to see pictures in a gallery. And if we only look through our hand in a cylinder, or shade our eyes, or draw the lids together, we, by keeping off the sidelights, improve our vision. The reader who wishes to preserve his sight unimpaired should never read by night facing a light. Then he will have a double strain on the eyes, one from the light, and one from the type. Let him read with his back to all light. It was the discovery of this principle that led to an old belief that by looking through certain consecrated rings, or stones with holes in them, or a wreath of verbena, one could improve the sight, or see things invisible at ordinary times. How far the imagination aided in this with people who habitually see visions and dream dreams, I cannot say. But the ceremony by which it is effected in Tuscany is as follows. To see spirits, take a stone from the sea, one which has a hole in it, unbuco tonda a round hole, then go to a burying ground, and, standing at a little distance from it, close one eve, and, looking at the cemetery with the other, through the stone, repeat. In nome di San Pietro. E di San Biagio. Fate che de questa pietra. Io possa vedere che forma. Fanno gli spiriti. Then repeat a de profundis thus. De profundis clameo. In te domini, domini. Eti domini, eti fientatis. Bugsign eti regina materna. Edognis domini. English. In the name of great Saint Peter. And for Saint Blasius' sake. By this stone I fain would see. What form the spirits take. Then you may see by means of that stone the spirits which have no peace, all in flame, shamanare in persona chon quando, erano vivi wandering in such forms as they were when alive, some like priests in white or black garments, some in black. Some as friars or an old woman with a torch in her hand. And of these are many who, being avaricious in their life, left behind them hidden treasures, the thought of which gives them no rest. Then if anyone who is bold and brave, will, while they are talking among themselves, speak out and say, if in the name of God you would be at rest, salvo, tell me where your treasure is, and what I must do to obtain it, so shall ye be saved. Then if he be poor and would be rich, it is enough that he have no fear to do this thing, and this is an easy way to become wealthy. Truly, easy, enough if it be true, and I would remark by the way that the old woman with the torch in her hand is a classical character. But there is much strange lore as regards stones with holes in them which is worth studying. It begins apparently in India. There are found by the river Gundak in Nepal, stones called salagrama, which are regarded as very sacred. 40 Once when Vishnu the Preserver was followed by Shiva the Destroyer, he implored the aid of Maya, illusion or glamour, who turned him to a stone. Through this stone, Shiva, in the form of a worm, bored his way. But Vishnu escaped, and when he had resumed his form he commanded that this stone of delusion, Salamaya, should be worshipped. As they are found by Salapura or Salagra, they receive their name from the latter. They are generally about the size of an orange, and are really a kind of ammonite. In the later Edda we read that Odin once, in order to steal the mead of poetry, turned himself into a worm and went his way through a hole in a rock. Hence all stones with holes in them were called Odin stones, or, in England, holy stones. There are many superstitions attached to them, as is well known to everyone who is at all familiar with British folklore, but what is most important is the fact that as an amulet against witchcraft or nightmare, and in being lucky stones, they correspond exactly to the salagrama stones of India. I know of a family in Yorkshire which has a stone in the shape of a harp with a hole in it, which always hangs behind the front door of their house. What is to be specially noted in the Hindu myth is a principle which appears very strongly in the Norse and Algonquin mythologies. This is that of Maya, or glamour, or illusion. Thor is fooled by it when he goes to Jotunheim. It plays all the time like summer lightning through the midnight mysteries of Norse tradition. Even Otto the monk in his Life of King Olaf declares that all the incredible marvels narrated in the old legends were due to it. It is quite as clearly announced and illustrated in the Algonquin sagas, which were in all probability directly derived from the Norsemen. It is therefore interesting to know that this reverence for the hold or holy worm stones is found in a very peculiar form in Tuscany. Once I had sent to me from the Romagna as a remarkable gift from the Witch Company, a stone, which I was assured had been, I may say, worshipped for a very long time. That it had been really reverenced was evident in its being surrounded by the little ornaments of colored bread paste, and, which we often see on images of saints and the infant Jesus. It was a piece of stalagmite full of cavities. I have since seen such stones for sale in a curiosity shop at a price out of all proportion to their value, because they were amulets, and again I found one which had been evidently carried and lost. Flints with holes in them, as well as ammonites, are common in England, but not at all in Italy, therefore the stalagmite has been substituted. I conjecture, without proof, that the English saying, "He can see through a millstone as far as any man," really had its origin in the belief that by looking through the hole in a millstone the sight was improved. As every millstone has a hole through it, there is not much sense in the literal acceptation of the proverb. But if looking through the hole improved the sight, then he whose sight was most improved would see furthest. Since writing the foregoing I have learned much which is very curious relating to the stalagmites which are regarded with such reverence in Tuscany. I had found one in the street which, on being examined by experts, was pronounced to be an undoubted excellent amulet. But to make it all right it was reconsecrated in a proper manner by having the appropriate incantation pronounced over it, and by its being put into a red bag with cummin. But what was my astonishment to learn that the proper name for such a stone is a salagrana, which certainly very much resembles the Indian word salagrama. I was particular in my inquiry from many persons, and received the following statement in relation to it. Salagrana is a stone which much resembles in form a sponge. It is called a stone, but is not stone, for it is the dung of the animals called ronbriguli, lombrici, or earthworms, which only eat earth and throw up little hills which take the form of a stone, or rather of a sponge, which petrify. They are commonly found in grottos. They keep away witches. One should make a small red bag, and put the salagrana in it, and with it gold and silver and a little handful of concordia, an herb, and this sack must be kept a secret from everybody. And first say, "Questo sacchettino bello e preparato. Mi è stato regalato. E sempre lo voglio conservare. Perché voi altra strage indegni. Non mi potete meglio. Perché nella pietra che contiene. Il mio sacchettino sono tant grain. Che non potete arrivare. A contar. E contiene pure tanti bucci. Che non six fanno vicare. La soglio del uscio. E così la malia. Non mi potete dare. Altro che fortuna in casa mia. Non mi può restare. Fortuna di interest cum pure d'amor. Tutta quella che mi richid il cuor. Here the bag I hold and see. Bag presented unto me. That no wicked witch may come. To do me evil in my home. In the stone which it contains. Are so many veins and grains. That no witch can count them all. And so many fissures small. That she cannot cross the door. And do me evil any more. May I have good luck and love. Which I prize all things above. The exact resemblance of the stalagmite to the heap of an earthworm is remarkable, and it was very natural that it should be supposed they were thus made. But curious as is the coincidence of salagrana and salagrama, there is something far more interesting in the incantation. This is the passage which declares that, there are so many grains that no witch can count them all, and so many holes that she cannot cross the door. This involves a very ancient and mysterious belief that when a witch is confronted with a great number of seeds or grains, she can go no further in her work till she has counted them every one. Thus all the world over, as among the Negroes in America, it is believed that if a man is hag-ridden, he must put a great number of small grains of some kind in the form of a cross about his bed. Then the witch coming cannot get to him till she has counted every one. And in the Arabian Nights' Entertainment, Amina the ghost must eat her rice, grain by grain, with a bodkin. A traveler in Persia has observed that the patterns of carpets are made intricate, so that the evil eye, resting on them and following the design, loses its power. This was the motive of all the interlaces of Celtic and Norse designs. When the witch sees the salagrana, her glance is at once bewildered with its holes and veins. As I have elsewhere remarked, the herb rosalacho, not the corn poppy, but a kind of small house leek, otherwise called rice of the goddess of the four winds, derives its name from looking ere it unfolds, like confused grains of rice. And when a witch sees it, she cannot enter till she has counted them, which is impossible. Therefore it is used to protect rooms from witchcraft. The reader cannot fail to observe that this recalls the story of Amina and also the salagrana. That the Tuscan word may have come from the gypsies is a suggestion by Senator D. Comparetti. In addition to the resemblance of the words salagrana and salagrama, we have the very curious fact that the former is believed, though erroneously, to be made by worms, while the holes in the latter, according to the tradition, were made by a worm. Thus, quite apart from the similarity of names, we have the far more singular coincidence of worm stones worshipped in both India and Italy. The Italian salagrana has not always, literally, holes in it, but it presents that granulated hole-like or corrugated appearance which is supposed to bewilder the evil eye. 41. The spell of the shell and the tone of the stone. Shake one and it awakens, then apply its polished lips to your attentive ear. And it remembers its august abodes. And murmurs as the ocean murmurs there. Fingibanter autumn alcessinis. Ut est in veteri epigrammate de cantu serenum. Quat tuba, quat litue, quat cornua rocca quaranter. Quad cleves calami, quat suavis cantat. Johannes Praetorius 1665. Few persons are aware of the ease with which the ear may be trained to apparently conduce imaginary sounds to the perceptive faculty. The fairy who supplies us with images by means of hearing must be a very credulous little lady, and easily imposed upon. If we only believe, and have our attention called to any continuous sound, we can imagine that we hear words in it, and if the reader will experiment for himself he will be astonished at the success of the trial. Thus, if an audible draught of wind be blowing and 6 persons in a room hear it, and 5 of them converse together to the effect that they can distinguish in the sound certain words, they can bring the 6th to firmly believe that he also hears them. The gypsies in Hungary, vide gypsy sorcery, believe, or make others believe, that by listening to a shell words may be heard. The dupe hears the sound which is always heard in a large shell. Then he is blindfolded, and a shell substituted which has a hole at one end, to which a long tube is attached. Through this the gypsy speaks. One of these shells with the tube attached was shown to me by a gypsy woman near Budapest. Very closely allied to this telephone tube is the following, which I learned from a Tuscan witch. For the shell you take a thread or cord which is tied to a tree, it must be 3 or 5 bracci in length, or more, but always in uneven number. And an end is tied to a shell, and you say, O spirito delta conciglia. Una cosa a ti vengo demandar. Perch tu mi posseder. Satisfazione si questa grazia. Che io desidero. Tu mi farai. De questa conciglia. At mio orecchio. Tre cos mi farai sentire. Gallo cantare. Cane abbiar. E gatto mialer. Si quest tre cos io sentiro. E segno che la grazia. Che io desidero. Sicuro io avro. O spirit of the shell. A favor I desire. I pray thee give to me. The thing which I require. And in this thy shell. Which I hold to my ear. There are 3 sounds, and one of them I fain would hear. The crow of a cock. A dog barking for me. The mew of a cat. If one of the 3 I shall clearly hear, 'twill be a sign that what I seek shall ere long be mine. This is obscure, but one thing is clear, that the cord is a telephonic line used to convey the voice of the sorceress, just as it is carried through the tube. So they work the oracle. In a little work called Il Libretto di Stregoneri, printed in Florence, the Book of Witchcraft, I find another method of divining by sound, or really by auricular deception. It is called l'amante nel pozzo, or the lover in the well. Take a stone of rather large size, as round as you can get it, and go by night to a covered well. It is best if it were in the middle of some field or garden. And just as the clock strikes 1, cast the stone, con gran fracasso, with as much noise as you can make into the water. Then listen with care to hear the sound produced by the fall of the stone. Although it may be a little obscure or confused, and not always very intelligible, yet with a little patience and attention one can detect in the sound which the stone makes in the water the name of the person whom one is to marry. Or else an answer to any question. From a much better, that is, from a living authority, I learn that this charm may be so executed as to injure an enemy. Go to a running river, and cast in the stone as violently and spitefully as you can, saying, Non butto questa pietra. Ma butto il bene e la fortuna. Della persona, che il bene. Gli veda nell'acqua correnti. E così non abbia più bene. It is not a stone which I throw, but all the fortune here below. Of, hear the name, as the waters flow. And as they roll from this river's share. May his happiness pass for evermore. There was an ancient way of divining by means of stones thrown into water, but it appealed to the sight, and not to the ear. The author of the Tractatus Magicus, 1611, gives it without reference, but his authorities are almost all from classic writers. Verii aegis sunt species divinationis per aquas. Alia conjectus in aquam stativam tribus lapillis edi observatus gyris, ca triferium in visum implexit circa lapillas sumiter. That is, throw 3 pebbles into the water, and judge from the rings which they make how matters will go. Which I have done with only this conclusion, that the circles are much like men's reputations for deeds which are very great. It may be at first in one place, whence they soon vanish spreading afar, but growing thinner as they spread. Yes, yes. Glory is like a circle in the water. It was anciently believed that all stones had in them a voice which could be drawn out in different ways. In an interesting article on divination in St. James's Gazette, February 27, 1886, which I have elsewhere cited, I find the following. We have it on the distinguished authority of many 16th and 17th century magicians that Helenus predicted the fall of Troy by the form of divination known as lithomancy. During the night a number of stones were washed by torchlight at a spring, and it was essential to the success of the experiment that the person handling them should be veiled. Several prayers having been recited and numerous genuflections made, the stones, in tones sweet and low, gave answer to the question that had been put. Truly there are sermons in stones, and a legend tells us that they know a good sermon when they hear one. An Irish saint, who was blind, was once induced by a mischievous boy to preach to a multitude of cobblestones, and when he ended all the Lapides cried, Amen. The spell of the snail. Snails were regarded from very ancient times as mysterious creatures. For as they leave a slimy trail behind them, it was supposed that they also left in it their life. So in Psalm 58. 8, it is said of unjust judges, as a snail which melteth, let every one of them pass away. As the slug or shell-less snail quite disappears when salt is put on it, they naturally appear to be diabolical, because devils cannot endure salt. And there is a very ancient species of divination, which consisted in putting snails near sticks and in judging from the one which they ascended how an affair would result. For quas esse androgynous putat Herodotus, they are hermaphrodites, therefore capable of determining double or doubtful events. This old divination by snails still exists in Tuscany. It is as follows. To determine if a lover be faithful, take a caiocula or lumica, snail or slug, such as are in gardens, and which leave a streak as of silver behind them. Take one of these and a vase, and much ivy and vine leaves and calamint, and arrange the vase on a tree like an umbrella, reversed. And within it put 2 portraits, that of the lover and of the lady, that is, of the one whom he is supposed to woo, one on one side of the vase, one on the other, and cover it with a white cloth, and put within the snail. And leave it there for 3 days, having first said, In nome del Padre, e del Figlio, e dello Spirito Maligno. Che mi pasa dire la verità. Se il mio marito, o amante. E una altra donna. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the evil spirit. May they declare to me the truth. If my husband or lover has another love, then after 3 days examine whether the snail has gone to the picture of the man or the woman. And if it be on the former, he is true, but if on the woman, it is a sign that he is unfaithful. Il Canto del Gallo. One day I asked one of the wise women if she thought there had been much change of late years among the contadini as regarded education and new ideas. She replied, "Davvero, signore, it is not now as it was with all these old affairs. Things go better perhaps with the contadini, but they are getting new ideas and hardly know what to think. If anything went wrong once, it was always a malocchio, there was bad fortune put upon them and they conjured it away. And there were always good signs, if a cock crowed it was a good omen. Then they said, quando il gallo canto. O bel gallo tu che cantai. La mattina allo spuntar dell'alba. Canta in cortesia. La buona fortuna per casa mia. Beautiful cock, who dost sing in the morning at dayspring. Sing now, I pray to thee. Good luck to mine and me." The witch was right in saying, or in meaning to say, that these omens were once very serious matters which entered into every phase of life. And cock-crowing was a very cheering and important omen to all Christians. Thus the Reverend Georgius Strigianitus, who was Pfarrer Superintendens, Thumpreger and assessor of the Churfürstlich Sächsische Consistorii at Meissen, in the 17th century, preached in his Gallinatio, or sermon, on the crowing of the cock of the high priest in Jerusalem, as follows. Other birds serve mankind with their song only for joy and merriment. But the domestic cock helps housekeeping and other work, so that it shall not be neglected. And the ancient Bishop Ambrosius, L. 5, Hexam, c. 24, tells us in soft Latin, which is almost a song, Est Galli suavis in noctibus, nec solum suavis sed idiom utilis. Hoc canent lutro suas relinquit insidias. Hoc ipso Lucifer excitatus orator, coelum illuminat. With much more which I thus translate. It is a pleasant thing to hear the cock crow in the night, and, what is better still, the sound is profitable unto man. For as a trusty watchman he awakes, and cheers the sorrowful and troubled soul, and tells the weary wanderer on his way. So much of night is gone. And when he crows, the thief alarmed ceases his evil work. And with that sound the morning star awakes, and spreads his brilliant light o'er all the sky, in ruddy glory. Then the mariner is glad at heart, and sings because he knows that as the day comes on the wind abates, and the wild sea grows calm. And when he crows, the pious man at once begins his prayers, and earnest scholars turn them to their books. Legendi quoque munis instaurat. Because the light has come and they can read. And when the cock crowed thrice, St. Peter saw how great his sin had been which he before had twice denied. And when he crows, hope wakes in every heart the invalid. Egris levator incommodum, he picks up a heart. The sorely wounded man feels less pain in his wounds, and for a time the burning agonies of fever cease. It is a good sign when cocks crow often through the night. 42 Which the Boeotians knew, Pliny, 1. 10, c. 25, and it inspired them so much that they conquered the Spartans. For when the cock is beaten he does not crow. Which Johannes Praetorius declares is a fond and vain thing, whereat all the people should say, tush. Because Moses forbade the Jews to give heed to, or divine by, the songs of birds, recalling a passage in one of Lever's novels, in which the hero is fined at Trinity College, Dublin, for keeping, singing birds, the birds in question being gamecocks. However, we may still believe with Shakespeare that on Christmas Eve, the bird of dawning singeth all night long. But good Ambrosius, as his writings show, was far more familiar with the New Testament than with the Old. However, the Jews made an exception in favor of the cock, since in the Talmud it is said that when it crows one should say, "Blessed be the Eternal One who has given unto the cock understanding to know day from night." And, as Friedrich sagaciously remarks, because they had no watches in those days, therefore in every house they kept a cock. Which reminds me of a dream which I once actually had in Brighton in the year 1871. I beheld in a vision a certain man, and he said unto me, "In the ancient times men knew the hour only by the crowing of cocks, now they ascertain it by mechanical means." To which I, scornful that he should tell me such a well-known thing as if I were a child, replied, "Yes, I see." Now we ask what o'clock it is, then they inquired what o'clock it was. And in great joy I awoke. Apropos of this wondrous dream I will narrate another, which is even stranger. It was in this city of Florence, in the month of January, 1891. I thought I was in a brilliant French circle of a century ago, whose coryphée was a witty and beautiful duchess. One gets into good society in dreams. And there was present a gentleman who was far from being clever, but whose son, who was not only witty himself but the cause of wit in others, inspired him by a suggestion to say a very good thing. Whereupon our hostess, with exquisite piquancy, said to the young man, "Mais monsieur, voilà un merveille sans peril vous avez absolument fecund votre père." It haunted me that this dream, which I recalled as distinctly when I awoke as if it had been printed, was directly derived from, and suggested by, what was previously written by me on cocks and magic. But I could not at first make out the connection, when all at once it occurred to me, that in ancient days it sometimes happened that a cock, inspired by a demon, laid an egg from which was hatched a basilisk, a creature of terrible brilliancy, a bon mot. Thus he was fecund, and it was this which the Duchess, who had probably been talking with Saint Germain, had in her mind. For, as Lactantius observes, I have a copy of his works edition Geneva, 1613, which I bought for threepence from the wheelbarrow before mentioned. The demons, who are neither angels nor men, are intelligent beings peritos ac rerum scios. They invented astrology and Etruscan divination, augury, oracles, magic, mythology, and moreover taught men how to make ornate and feigned images of exquisite beauty of kings long passed away, and endowed them with other names. Hence temples and new images again. Hinc templa devaventer edi vovi imagines consecrator. Therefore it must have been easy for them to make a basilisk, or a joke. Then they rose to be gods, as they had once been men. Which is the doctrine of Euhemerus of Messina, which pervades all this Romagnola mythology. As cocks were eggs in earlier humble state, so gods were men, though now they be so great. Namque Deus, demon edi heroes, unus idemque erat rudibus hominibus, god, devil, and hero were all the same thing to the rude men of yore, as Elias Scidius declares. Divination was naturally enough attached, perhaps without much tradition, to a bird which so mysteriously knew the time of day or night. A writer in St. James's Gazette, February 17, 1886, once set this forth, fully and finely, as follows. Divination is among the most ancient of the black arts, and for ages it was one of the most popular. Of the scores of divinatory processes known to the medieval magicians, the divining rod is almost the only one which remains in use among civilized peoples. It is by no means the most interesting and curious. And, as so much has been written upon this method of finding water, it may well give place here to the description of some more uncanny fashions of divination. Some of these forgotten rites date from the formulation of Kabbalism. Others were invented by the wizards of the golden days of magic. They were of all sorts, simple, fantastic, revolting. The secrets of the future and the history of the past could alike be laid bare by the order in which a cock pecked up a given number of grains of wheat, by writing the name of a suspected person upon an onion. By the flickerings of the flame of a lamp, by the movement or non-movement of the jaws of an ass while it was being roasted, and in a vast number of more unholy ways. Divination by the cock, in mystic language, electriomancy, was a favorite method of ascertaining the name of a person, whether it was that of a thief, an enemy, a successor, or a future husband or wife. When either the sun or the moon was in Aries, there were scattered upon the floor of an enclosed space as many heaps of grains of wheat as there are letters in the alphabet, a few grains to each heap. While this was being cloned, the verse commencing Ecce enim veritatem was said. Then a young cock, perfectly white, was taken, and its claws cut off. The claws were wrapped in a small piece of parchment from the lamb, upon which 2 Hebrew words were inscribed, and then swallowed by the cock when, it is to be presumed, he was hungry enough to commence his repast in this unusual fashion. Holding the cock in his hands, the sorcerer recited the conjuration, O Deus Creator Omnium, ca firmamentern pulchritudine stellarum formasti, constituens eas insignia et tempora, in fund virtutum tuum operibus nostris. Ut per opus in eis consequenter effectum. Amen. Then the cock was set down in front of the heaps of grain, while the 2 verses from the Psalms, beginning, Domini, dilexi decorem, were repeated. A careful note was made of the letter attributed to each heap as the cock pecked it up, particular record being kept of any unfinished heap to which he returned, by reason of the frequent recurrence of the same letter in proper names. The letters thus indicated spelled the name required. The Emperor Valens is said to have employed this method to ascertain the name of his successor. The letters were Theod, and surely enough he was succeeded by Theodosius the Great. There is a survival of this in Italy, which has passed to London. I refer to divination by means of little trained birds, who pick out fortunes, or printed predictions, for a penny. Divination with ashes. Solet etiam divinatio interdum ex Cineribus Fieri, Tractatus Magicus, 1611. This is extremely interesting from its great antiquity, being mentioned in many works. Of it the author of the Tridium Magicum, referring apparently to Dion Cassius, says, and they were accustomed to divine sometimes with the ashes from the sacrifices. And to this day there is a trace of it, when that which is to be divined is written on the ashes with the finger or with a stick. Then the ashes are stirred by the fresh breeze, and one looks for the letters which they form by being moved. Or if 3 maids wish to learn which of them shall be married to a man, then they draw 3 lines in the ashes. He commands each one to choose a line, sulcum, and to turn her back so as not to see the lines, which meanwhile another indicates with the tongs, until one of them shall have chosen the same furrow 3 times, and when that one chooses his, she will be his future wife. The Tuscan rite as taught me is as follows. Take a goblet or cup full of pure water, hot, and 3 chairs in which 3 girls or women of the same age must sit. Each must take a pinch of salt and put it into the boiling water all together or at once. The one whose salt dissolves first will be the most fortunate. Then each must take a little bag of red woolen stuff full of ashes which have been very finely sifted, let them sit with the cup in the middle, all 3 clad in black with black veils, and each has a sacred wafer which is marked with a cup. And to obtain these the 3 women go to church and partake of the communion, and when the priest gives them the consecrated wafer to put in their mouths they must slip it into their hands without the priest's knowing it. Then as these 3 wafers are marked with a cup, therefore it is not necessary to bless them, but 2 must be marked with special marks or pictures as of a heart or flower. That they may be known thus over the cup they make with a pin's point the heart or flower. Then each throws her ashes with the wafer into the boiling water and says, or one says, Non budo la cinera. Ma budo el ostia. Non budo el ostia. Ma budo il corpo e l'anima. Secondo la persona che vuol nominare. Che non en abbia più pace. E bene, fino che questa cosa. Non ho ottenuto per bene. I do not throw the ashes. But I throw the wafer. I do not throw the wafer. But I throw the body and soul of. Here the person is named. That he may no more have peace or happiness. Until I have obtained this my desire. 43. Then they must place their hands behind them and make the sign of the castagna, and not turn round to see the cup for a quarter of an hour, and when they at last look they will see whether the wafers are floating on the surface. In this case they will all three have obtained their wish, and if only one swims, then the one whose it is will be favored, but if none float, no favor will be granted. Allora sieni veda senza mai voltarsi indietro, then they go without looking behind them. This agrees with the ancient ceremony in this that there are ashes used by 3 women, who go away without turning round. The whole is finally thrown into a running stream, in which we have a souvenir of Virgil and of Theocritus. Hinc senior sub primum sideris ortum. Collegat, e fluvii ferat ad veda proxima vivi. Una ministrarum, venic ad flabra secundi. Spurgat arenosis patrice. Namque ipsa retrorsum. Respicions proper redit. What renders this Tuscan incantation even more interesting is that it is the only complete account which I have ever met with of the manner in which the witches of the Middle Ages used the consecrated wafer in their sorcery. Paulus Grolandus, in his work De Sortilegiis, speaks of it with great horror, and tells us that it was specially used by women for love spells. In istis etiam sortilegiis ad amorem ut plurimum admissenter sacramenta ecclesiarum, sicut est hostia consecrata, Paulus Grolandus, Tractatus de Hereticis et Sortilegiis, Lyons, 1547, lib 2, fol. 20-21, Grolandus had several cases of the kind. One of a priest, who took the sacratissimum hostiam ipsum, the very most sacred host itself. Uttering as incantation verba satis terpia at nefendac hic refer non expediat, words utterly vile and wicked which it is not expedient to introduce here. I have no doubt that these nefanda, or wicked words, were the same which are given in the Italian incantation. Nefanda abundantly proves that if Grolandus would not give his readers bad spells, he certainly did not object to let them have bad spelling. His witches sometimes wrote horrible words with blood on the wafers. At other times they powdered and administered them in wine. It is very remarkable that he, fully believing that such use of the wafer was a great sin, should publish the fact. He indeed tells us in one case he did not see or perceive any effect from it which looks as if he had tried it, but believers in magic might very well say that it was possible the party acted on did not manifest in his presence. Or did he publish the peculiar particulars hoping to make business? Sometimes witches strew ashes on people and so cause terrible cutaneous disorders. While reading the proofs of this work in Homburg les Bains, I met with a very old blind man who was very well related to several professors, and, though he had been only a poor carpenter. And he told me that the witches, from a peculiar kind of coal pebbles, prepared ashes which they strewed on their victims, and that lie had thus suffered for 6 years. Many people, he said, ridicule this, but it is true. Ashes in ancient symbolism signified that which is dead and past, or gone into oblivion. Pulvis et umbra summus. It is remarkable that among the old Slavonians there was a divination by means of ashes which was much like the Roman. Women sat round the hearth and drew lines at random in the ashes. Then these were counted, and if the number of lines was even, the omen was fortunate. Schwenk, Mythology der Slaven, page 24. Nearly the same oracle is still consulted in Poland. Ashes are strewn on the floor around the bed of an invalid, and a wise woman predicts from the lines whether the patient will recover. Grimm, Deutsche Mythology, Volume 2, page 1117. Apropos of ashes and of the dead, I may here mention that in the year 1855 a German in Pennsylvania burned the body of his wife, which act was generally bitterly reprobated as heathenish, vile, revolting, and unchristian by the press. I, however, wrote in the Philadelphia Evening Bulletin an editorial article defending the German, and declaring that it would be an excellent thing for public health as well as for the interests of the coal trade should the practice of burning the dead become general. It would probably extinguish cholera and yellow fever forever. These remarks of mine were considered at the time as very bold, even in the United States, where freedom of expression is not unusual. I do not know positively that I was the first person to advocate cremation in modern times, but I believe that I may claim to have been at least one of its foreganger, or pioneers. Chapter 5. The amethyst. The February born will find sincerity and peace of mind, freedom from passion and from care, if they the amethyst will wear. Birthday mottos. L'amethyst a un lustre violet rouge, est ainsi nommé, comme un estendur, aussi il résiste à l'urangere et profite aussi à ce que est violent donner à l'estud. Jean Baptiste Porta, de la magie naturelle. I once knew a young Frenchman who affirmed that he was the only man living who knew the ancient language of Carthage or some such town which he had recovered from its ancient monuments. So you really can read ancient Phoenician, I exclaimed in admiration. Mais, monsieur, was the reply. Je le parle. And with whom do you talk it? I inquired. And he replied, Monsieur, je fais de monologues. I often feel as regards all this old Etruscan Roman folklore as if I had rediscovered or dug up and deciphered it, like a forgotten tongue, and after all were, with my Frenchman, the only soul on earth who knew the long-buried language or cared for it, and that when I speak of it must do so en monologue. And there is a charm and a solemn beauty in the spiritual or wizard language of the olden time. And no wonder, for there was an era when it moved the world, and oracles spoke in it, and grand religions lived in it, and with them lived, in all their deep faith and many-hued gleams of glory, the Etruscan and the Roman. And when I now and then find a flower of early faith still growing under the vile broad-leafing rank weeds which have covered all this antique garden, my heart leaps up and I begin to soliloquize even as I am doing now. What moved me to it was this: there is a lady in Florence to whom a nun, to whom she had been kind, sent 3 singular stones for a gift of gratitude, saying that she had naught else to give. As soon as I beheld them I saw that they were amulets, probably given up by some sinful penitent believer in witchcraft to a father confessor. One was an amethyst, of no great value as a gem, but about 2½ inches in length, which has been, I think, originally a celt, and has at some later time had its edge ground off. It was probably of earliest ages. Then carried by some old Roman, and so lost and found till it was given to me for a Christmas present in a red silk bag, December 25, 1891. Of the other 2 stones, one was a salagrana and the second a piece of antimony. Everybody knows that the amethyst derives its name from its antivinous properties, for if you bear one you cannot be injured by wine. This I knew, and nothing more, till I carried the stone to my Sibyl and asked for a professional opinion on it. And it came in a form which subsequently startled me. I noticed as a very remarkable thing that, though she made no mention of it, she seemed to regard the stone as something personally known to her, at least by report, and that she studied it with great respect. It occurred at once to me that it was some very famous fetish which had long been lost, but of which the tradition had been preserved, like the black voodoo stones of America. And I am now more convinced of it than ever. That is a magnificent amulet, she said, as if surprised, very ancient and beautiful, this pietra avenata, this stone mixed with wine, stone, buried and disinterred many years, must be carried to cause a good memory. Should any one wish to intoxicate you, to betray you, per farsi qualche tradimento, if you wear it he will not succeed. Wear it always at your side, and say, Pietra che de qual stregani o striga. Tu sei certo stato sotterato. Perci la fortuna ad altri non hai voluto lasciare. Ma si vide che tu ne sei pentita. Ed hai voluto negli miei mani farla recapitare. Ed io sapro bene conservarla. E sempre al mio fianco portarla. Ti scongiuro o pietra. Scongiuro questa pietra che sempre fortuna mi voglia portar. E de ogni male mi voglia liberare. Specialmente dai nemici che volessero farmi. Qualche tradimento. Questa pietra mi possa liberare. E se mi volessero ubriacare. O con vino o con liquor. Questo pezzo di pietra avinato sarà sempre. Il mio stregani liberatori. Ti scongiuro o pietra. Stone, who by some wizard or some witch hast certainly been buried long ago. Because thou wouldst not bring good luck to others. Now it is plain that thou hast repented, and hast wished to recall it unto me. And I know right well how to preserve it. And I ever by my side will bear it. I conjure thee, O stone. I conjure this stone to ever bring me fortune. And that it may free me from all evil. Specially from foes who fain would cause me some deceit. May this stone free me. Should any wish to intoxicate me with wine, or other liquor, this piece of whinstone shall ever be my wizard, freeing me from it. I conjure thee, O stone. Now I knew that the amethyst was esteemed of old to be infallible against intoxication, or, as Baptista Porta saith, l'amethyst attaché au col sur la bouche du ventricule, al fianco, de l'air de l'urongnerie. But I did not know that it was good for the memory, by which my witch meant, in her simple way, as I found, also intellect and intelligence. The belief of the fortune-teller very evidently was that this famous amulet of which there was a tradition had been buried by or with its owner, long ago, in order that others should not inherit it. But that it had by wizard influences been brought to light again, especially for me. I have by me about 24 books, but was not aware that among them I possessed a treatise de gemmis by Franciscus Ruius, printed at Frankfurt in 1608. It had escaped me, being bound up at the end of De Miraculis Occultis, by Levinus Lemnius. And turning over my small library, hoping against hope to find something to confirm this connection of the amethyst with intellect, I found that I, by mere chance, had just the very book of all books in the world which I required. For in it there is a chapter 11, De Amethysto, in which it is said to not only protect against intoxication, but to stimulate genius even as the witch had declared. Addend edi alii malis illum arcere cogitations, e precox felix que ingenium efficere, it drives away bad thoughts, and confers ripe and happy genius. And it also brings luck. But here Ruius remembers himself, and declares that he will not impart the heathenish and unchristian superstitions which are reported of it as I have done. All of which reminds me of a story of my early days. When I was a small boy in Philadelphia, I had a Quaker schoolmaster, named Jacob Pierce, who delivered to us lectures on mineralogy, and encouraged us to make collections, giving us on every Saturday specimens, as rewards of good conduct, in which distribution I, to my shame be it said, rarely had the first or any other choice, though it once happened to me that the rejected cornerstone which fell to my lot was the very gem of all. Being therefore a zealous mineralogist, it befell that one day on the wharf I found in the discarded ballast of stones brought by a vessel from Tampa Bay, Florida, many ammonites, among which was one which had been converted to pure chalcedony from its surroundings. With overloaded pockets I went into the office of a certain broker and banker, who, having examined my find with his friends, pronounced it to be nothing but common oyster shells and such like rubbish. And after I had with pains investigated my 3 amulet stones, I was told that they were in all likelihood only 3 common mineralogical specimens which the nun had picked up, which may, of course, be true Italian nuns, and their poor retainers being, as is well known, universally addicted to science in general and geology in particular. The specimen prize which I got from my teacher was an amethyst, which I traded with another boy for an air balloon, which caught fire while I was inflating it, and so perished. Dii avertite omen. And grant that this my amethyst balloon of a book may soar to the skies without burning my fingers. May I add that the rabbis called the amethyst acclama, from cholam, to dream. For they believed that it attracted to its wearer marvelous dreams. And Saint Isidore compared it to the Trinity, because it hath in it 3 colors, firstly, purple, which is imperial, and denotes God the Father and ruler of the world. That of violet, or humility, God the Son in his lowliness among men, and that of rose, which is expressive of love and of the Holy Spirit, vide Pisanelli, Mundus Symbolic, page 684. Among the Egyptians the amethyst corresponded to the zodiacal sign of the goat, Kircher, Oedipigypt, 2, page 2. And as the goat was an enemy to vines, so the amethyst was a foe to wine. Apropos of which citations I must, in frankness and simple honesty, Remark that if there be here and there in this book some slight show of erudition which I doubt not provokes the gently pitying smile of many a learned folklorist, it is chiefly due to the girl with the wheelbarrow from whom I purchase antique lore. Parchment bound, at from a penny to threepence, this latter in cases of great temptation, the volume. This I take home and perfectly master, which accounts for these learned extracts. That is the way it is done. Then there is my tobacconist, who has for months past wrapped up cigars for me in leaves of the old Encyclopédie Française. Or from a Latin folio of legal lore, to which I am greatly indebted. And on another occasion, when I bought 2 Etruscan vases for 7 francs, I induced the dealer to throw in the work of Marsilius Ficinus on the Neoplatonists Iamblichus, and Lyons, 1577, which edition I had been after for many a long year. And as it included the Pomander, and of Hermes Trismegistus, which work I copied entirely in my 16th year, not being able to buy it, you may judge if I was glad to get it. The spell of the black hen. When thy black hen dies, thank God. Else thou'dst been lying 'neath the sod. When a black hen over a miser flies, soon after that the miser dies. German Proverbs. In the year 1886 there was found in the belfry of a church in England a curious object of which all that could be learned at first was from the authority of an old woman, and that it was called a witch's ladder. An engraving of it was published in the Folklore journal, and several contributors soon explained its use. It consisted of a cord tied in knots at regular intervals, and in every knot the feather of a fowl had been inserted. I was in Italy when I saw this engraving, and read that the real nature of the object had not been ascertained. I remarked that I would soon find it out, which I did, and that most unexpectedly. For by mere chance, the very first Italian woman with whom I conversed, being asked if she knew any stories about witches, began with the following. See. There was in Florence 4 years ago a child which was bewitched. It pined away. The parents took it to all the shrines in vain, and it died. Some time after something hard was felt in the bed on which the child had slept. They opened the bed and found what is called a ghirlanda del streghe, or witch's garland. It is made by taking a cord and tying knots in it. While doing this, pluck feathers one by one from a living hen, and stick them into the knots, uttering a malediction with every one. There was also found in the bed the figure of a hen made of stuff, cotton or the like. The next day I showed the woman the engraving of the witch ladder in the Folklore journal. She was astonished, and said, "Why, that is la ghirlanda del streghe which I described yesterday." I did not pay any attention at the time to what was said of the image of a cock or hen being found with the knotted cord, but I have since ascertained that it formed the most important part of the whole incantation. This is the spell of Il Pollo Nero, or the black hen. It is as follows. To bewitch one till he die, take a black hen and pluck from it every feather, and this done, keep them all carefully, so that not one be lost. With these you may do any evil to grown people or children. Take the hairs of the person, or else the stockings, and those not clean, for there must be in them his or her perspiration. Then with black and red thread sew the stockings across one another. And if you have the hairs of the person, make of them a ghirlanda unita cop stoppa a cord spun with flax or hemp, then take the feathers and si quaper questa raba you cover, or work up, this thing in the form of a hen, and, taking the feathers, work or weave them with black and red thread into the covering of the hen, and put black pins ill the form of a cross into the hen. It must then be hidden in the mattress or straw bed of the one whom you wish to bewitch, and say, Questo pollo e maledetto. E maledetto essa tutte. Lo maledizione la portate via. Dal fondo dell'inferno. Ma ora per una ora. Lo coma glio voglio fare. Che la maledizione la possa lasciare.Ette il nome, te la possa portar. Tu non abbia più pace. E ogni giorno e minate. Fino che la strageria. Che ti ho fatto. Non ti vengo a levar. This hen is accursed. And cursed be all. May the curses carry him away. Curses from the depths of hell. Now, for an hour, I would give him horns. May the curse leave them on him. And thou, the name, mayst thou bear them. And have no more peace. Neither by day or night. Until the bewitchment, which I have wrought, be removed by me. The countercharm. To remove this bewitchment you must open the mattress and find the hen and wreath, and throw all that holds it into running water. And then take the person bewitched, man, woman, or child, sia, it may be, and carry him or her into a church while a baptism is going on, and say, In nome di Gesù, di Giuseppe, e di Maria la benedizione, di quel bambino benedisca, l'anima mia. This the one who is bewitched must say, but if it be a child who cannot speak, then the person who carries it must say, In the name of Jesus and of Joseph, and of Mary, may the blessing of that infant also bless the soul of this child. Then carry it to some place near and bathe it in holy water. This spell is considered as very terrible, and I had some difficulty in getting it. There is much curious lore connected with it, and there is every reason to believe that it is extremely ancient. In the Museum, Archaeological, of Geneva, among the very old relics from lacustrine dwellings, there is one of a hen, flat, knitted or felted from black hair or wool, or both. I copied it with some care. And my witch authority in Florence at once declared it to be a black hen made for magic. As it was found in water it may have been thrown there to destroy the spell, as the countercharm prescribes. And that it is very ancient is effectively proved by the fact that other objects of the same material, and of the Stone Age, were found with it. This is presumptive evidence that the spell belongs to prehistoric or Neolithic times. The black hen, being an object of great fear and reverence, was worshipped by the Wends. From them it passed as a crest to the House of Henneberg, vide the Symbolic of Friedrich, and to the quarterings of the Prince of Wales, Puck, 3 volumes. 1852, by Dr. Bell. The gypsies in Hungary, to effect a certain cure, apply the body of a black hen to the sufferer, pronouncing an incantation. In Romania, when a Jewish girl has an affair du cœur with the devil or possibly with a devil of a fellow, the result is a black hen. But what is very nearly connected with this is the following. In Wallachia, if a man has been robbed he goes to some sorcerer to take up the black fast against him. To do this the wizard must, in company with a black hen, fast for 9 Fridays. Then the thief will either bring back the plunder or die. Mrs. Gerard, who gives this account, says nothing of what the ceremonies are attendant on the charm. I have no doubt that if we had the whole we should find that the Italian ceremony requires the 9 Fridays fast, and that the Wallachian Transylvanian spell is directed against any enemy, as well as a thief, vide Gypsy Sorcery, by Charles G. Leland. One of these Italian witch garlands was exhibited by Mr. Tyler at the Folklore Congress in 1891, and I have another which was given to me for a Christmas present. It is in a box covered with red flannel. In the box was a sprig of thorn leaves. The wreath had been completed by attaching it to a small Japanese cock made of feathers. I have found in a number of works on folklore and superstition such a number of spells and incantations, of which the black hen forms the chief item, that I find it impossible to include them within the limits of this work. I may mention, however, that when I was a boy in Philadelphia, in America, once hearing that a whole dead chicken, quite dried up, had been found in a feather bed. As feathers for beds are always picked over, I have little doubt that this object had been put into the bed by some black person as a voodoo charm. The spell of the bell. Much the witches fear the spell. When by night they bear a bell, off they fly, over the sky. When they hear Dondo, 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 Romagnolo song. The chief, if not the only use of bells in ancient days was to drive away demons, or dispel evil in every form. And it is very evident that they were introduced to Christian churches far more for this purpose than to call to prayer. For, as in Ireland, the church bells were generally of the size and shape of the average cowbell of America, making no more noise than the latter. There was found not many years ago in Rome a tintinnabulum, or little bell of silver bearing magical characters, the purport of which was to avert the evil eye. I have a facsimile of this presented by the late Sir Patrick Calhoun. And also a very small bronze Etruscan, or Roman, according to Professor Milani, bell found at Chiusi resting on my paper as I write, and what an aid it would be here, and it could speak all that it e'er has seen. These little square old bronze Roman bells with round corners are much prized among the peasantry for amulets. In the mountain land they are always kept in one of the two small cupboards, or recesses, on either side of the chimney-piece. I have a quaint little song in the Bolognese Romagnola dialect, setting forth the fear of the witches when they hear at twilight tide those evening bells. The following from Volterra, which is given word for word, sets forth the manner in which the old campanologistic faith has been preserved to the present day. The little bell, campanello, is held of great esteem in the Romagna, as well as in Volterra, as a jettatura, or sign against witches. When one goes out of an evening he should carry one in his pocket, ma pero bisogna che sia di bronzo e quadrato, but it should be of bronze, and four-cornered, and while going along the bell jingles in the pocket. But because it sounds there the ring is indistinct, and the witches cannot count the strokes of the clapper, quant volti polino bat, and are thus obliged to fly, and cannot approach the bearer nor do him harm. Then putting it into the recess, or small cupboard by the chimney-piece, buco del camino, repeat this incantation. Metto nel buco del camino. Questo campanello per tenere lontano. Pluto e lo su campane. Che in questa casa non si passino presentar. Ne in forma di cane e ne di gatto. Ne di topo, ne di civetta. Ne di serp, e ne di carnacchia. Quando alla mia casa si vengano. A presenta questa campano, suonare. E tutti maligni si passino allontanare. In this comer of the cupboard. I put this bell to drive afar. Pluto and his company. That in this house they may not come. Neither in form of dog or cat. Nor of mole, nor of an owl. Nor of serpent, nor of crow. Should they come into my home. May the bell ringing drive the wretches away. Pluto, not Satan, here appears as leader of the witches. I have observed that the further we get from the Romagnola mountains into the plains, the more do the Roman gods appear. The shoemaker who gave this incantation had, however, some tincture of letters, having studied and read. Pluto may be a survival, but he is gently doubtful. But as I would not deprive a dying god of his very last chance for life on earth, I add that subsequent inquiry removed this dire suspicion. Pluto still lives. It may be noted here, by the way, that the belief that bells ring of themselves, and that chains rattle, to announce the presence of spirits, is of old Roman origin. As I find confirmed by Maffei in his Magica Destrutae work, in which the author rides full tilt at the windmill of sorcery, utterly annihilating it. But never perceiving that he also destroys with the same lance another black spectre known as La Santa Fede Cattolica, or La Chiesa Apostolica, all of whose marvels and miracles came out of the same old tub. Think of this, O friend, when, in some darkened and gloomy hour, you are in church and hear the padre ring his little bell, and let a happy thrill of heathenism pass at the sound through your heart. Not only bells, but trumpets and cymbals were used to drive away demons, which reminds me that few know whence came the idea of the last trump at the day of judgment. Tuba mirum spargens sonum. Per sepulchres regionum. Cogens omnes antithronum. It is the great blast to be blown at the deathbed of a dying world, and was derived from a heathen source. As is set forth in the following passage from the same Arte Magica Destruta of Maffei, 1757. There was a strange religious ceremony which the Gentiles observed when dying. This was to play, luring the last agony on the horn, or trumpet, or instruments of metal, and of great noise. The motive to this was doubtless the belief that it drove away larvae, demons, which, as it was believed, hated the sound of metal, which vulgar opinion is set forth by Lucian in Philops. The dire were witches who flew through the air, concerning the driving away of whom by noise Pliny writes, 1. 28, c. 2. Eusebius tells us that demons were driven away by the sound of timpans. Timpani are tambourines, and it is an awfully curious thing, by the way, that when bees swarmed these timpans were anciently used, and that tin pans are now beaten in their stead. That bells have souls, wills, and ways of their own is apparent from the number of marvelous instances recorded of their having rung of themselves without any human aid, as they did at the death of von Rodenstein, albeit Praetorius, who devotes several pages to this important subject in his marvelous and rare Glückskopf, 1669, suggests that it may have been done by a poltergeist, which is a spirit much given to noise and mischief, and which makes its appearance, in my belief, very often in the form of a medical student, but always as a youth. Remains to be remarked that the little bronze bell is supposed to be a fairy lady, as her form suggests, and is the more human as having a voice, which fancy did not escape the monks, who addressed them as saints, as you may read in the chapter on bells in Southey's Dr. Bellula bella, mi puella. Tu mi cord tense. The spell of the boiling clothes. The reader must not suppose that the charms, incantations, and devilments of different kinds which are here solemnly confided to him, are known to the multitude. Many have, it is true, leaked out. But most of them are secrets rich and rare, treasured up among the elect who, dying, leave them as a rich legacy unto their issue. This was recalled to me by a curious incident alluded to in the preface. Firstly, I pray you read the following, as taken down 4 years ago in 1888, from a witch. Quando assai ha uno bambino stregato, when a babe is bewitched. Take the clothes of the child, and put them in a pot to boil at midnight. All the garments must go in, with shoes and stockings. Then take a new and very large knife, and sharpen it at a table, and say, sticking it in the table: Non infilo questo colteo. Ma infilo la maledetta striga. Che non viena. Che non viena. Non possa resistere. Sin quando in mio bambino. Il salute non lo fa ritornare. I do not sharpen this knife. I wet the accursed witch, that she cannot resist coming. Until unto my child she again restores health. Then the witch will appear at the window, it may be at the door, in the form of a cat, or dog, or some form or spectre. But be in no fear, for these are but shifting forms, for me cambiate, and do not take the knife from the table, nor let the clothes cease to boil till 3 o'clock. And being by this charm compelled to come and obey, the witch will remove the illness from the child. In the Secolo of Milan, which has by far the most extensive circulation of any journal in Italy, there appeared, March 3, 1891, the following account of a serious and very singular disturbance. A medieval scene at Porta Ticinese. We seem to dream, and yet this which we relate occurred yesterday morning here in Milan. And it is true in every one of its startling and shocking details. In the Via Rippa Porta Ticinese, No. 61, in a modest room on the 4th floor, dwelt the family of a journeyman varnisher, Malatero Franciosi, and his wife, Virginia, aged 25, a glove-maker, with 2 children, one of which has been ill for a month with some unknown, obstinate, and strange disorder. A neighbor of the Franciosis, a woman who pretended to some knowledge of medicine, declared that the child was bewitched. That it would be quite useless to have recourse to physicians and priests, and that the only way to cure it would be to discover the sorceress who had made the mischief. But how was it to be done? The woman, as a great secret, after much entreaty from the Franciosis, taught them how it was to be done by putting the clothes of the child into a pot with water and boiling them. She declared that at the instant of the boiling, the witch would be drawn to the place by an irresistible diabolical force, and thus compelled to make herself known. This war, done, and the clothes put in the pot and the pot on the fire. By mere chance, just as the water began to boil, a woman entered. This was one Angela Micheletti, 34 years of age, 7 months gone with child. She was the wife of a laborer. Being a friend of the Franciosis, and on her way with a pair of wooden shoes to have them mended, she dropped in to inquire as to the health of the child. At seeing her the mother screamed doli alla striga. Give it to the witch. La Micheletti, thinking that her friend had gone mad, tried to calm her, but the other, more exasperated, howled with all her force, Aiuto. La striga. Help. The witch. La Micheletti fled into the street. In an instant a great crowd had assembled, who, hearing the cry and accusation, all set upon La Micheletti as if she had been a mad dog, per lacerarla a brani seeking to tear her to pieces. So she fled, pursued by the mad mob, crying, Doli alla striga. The poor creature, more dead than alive, took refuge in the church of Santa Maria del Naviglio, but the crowd rushed in, and while she knelt before the grand altar, raising her hands in supplication, weeping and screaming for mercy. Her hair was literally torn from her head and divided among the women who attacked her, and then she was very cruelly beaten. The parroco, or parish priest, tried to shield her, but in vain, and he himself escaped narrowly from being knocked down. The poor victim was then carried, amid all abuses and curses, from the church, and haled along to the room of the Franciosus. Here was another savage scene. La Micheletti being required to disenchant the child, to which she replied asserting her innocence of all such evil, and received howls, curses, and blows. Finally the delegate, Sig. Omodio, succeeded, with some military police and with great trouble, in dispersing the mob. Then the woman Franciosi, convinced too late of her unpardonable folly, fell on her knees before La Micheletti exclaiming, I am not to blame. I was advised to do so by another. I was blinded by love of my child. In the afternoon the poor Micheletti, accompanied by her husband and Segomodio, was taken home in a brougham and put to bed. This morning she was better but still trembling from her terrible experience. The sad impression of this savage medieval scene will long be remembered in the suburb of Porta. Ticinese. The women who tore the hair from the head of La Micheletti, went to their homes and burned it, pronouncing incantations, and then ran to the room of the Franciosus to see if the child was cured. And as they declared they had found it somewhat better, they cried, Ecco se non è vero che stata strigata. See now, if it is not true that she is a witch. Sometimes gloves or stockings alone are boiled for certain peculiar points in bewitching. Of the burning of hair to remove bewitchment I have elsewhere spoken. But the real moral meaning of this horrible story will not appear at once as it should to every reader. It is this: it was all very well for the parroco, or parish priest, to try to shield the woman at the altar, but had that priest ever in all his life once told the people that there is no such thing as witchcraft, and that it is all delusion? Did any priest in Italy, or any of the Catholic teachers whose duty it is to enlighten their flocks, ever tell them plainly that there is no such thing as sorcery? No, of course not. For that would be to attract doubts as to the truth of their own peculiar sorts of sorcery, incantation, and magic, just as the small American boy, who, when informed by his father that there was no such Christmas spirit as Santa Claus, asked reproachfully, and have you been playing it off on me in the same way about Jesus too? The Church at Rome does not deny the existence of modern witchcraft and sorcery. There are 3, and I know not how many more, Roman Catholic books written to prove that all the mighty miracles of modern spiritualists, such as carrying cigarettes to secret places, playing banjos in the dark, and bringing penny bouquets from paradise, are all done by the devil, and these books have been licensed and approved by the Pope. Can anybody imagine that if these Milanese had been Protestants they would have acted as they did? By their fruits shall ye know them. Now in all such superstition Milan is as light to darkness compared to our Florence, and Florence in this respect is the same in relation to the Toscana Romagna. I have also from Peppino, the youth frequently alluded to, a long detailed account as to how quite recently, a child which was dying in the village of Premilcor in the Romagna Toscana, was saved by boiling its clothes and saying, Diavoli tutti. Del inferno scatenativi. Tutti e fate venire. La striga del mio bambino. In mia presenza. Sia. Then the witch appeared, and by casting the usual gomitolo, or skein, into the air, the child was cured. Then the witch was taken by 2 other witches into the fields and rolled unmercifully over the ground till she lost all her power of witchcraft. Ring sorcery. Adroit Eleno presage. Prompt et hero mariage. A gauche il figure. Abandon, rupture. Le jeu de cartes d'Amélie. Lenormand. Divination by means of rings was well known to the early Romans, and is thus described, trac. Magicus, p. 92 Dactylomantia divinat annulis ad certum celi positurum constructus vel incantamentis, e super tripodem ad certa verba modis. Dactylomancy is divining by means of rings made at certain planetary conjunctions, or with incantations. And moved on the tripod with certain words. For tripod reed tambourine, and for rings any small objects, and we shall have one of the most ancient forms of divination in existence. These small objects are, among the Hungarian gypsies, seeds of the deadly thorn apple. In Lapland, the small image of a frog. In modern Italy there is another kind of ring prophecy. It is, however, very ancient, and is known in many countries. Take a bowl, or vase, or cylinder, divide its inner edge into so many parts as there are letters of the alphabet. Take a gold, or any other ring, and let it be consecrated. Consacraci l'anello prima dell'operazione. Then tie a thread to it and hold the end of the thread in the right hand and a sprig of verbena in the left. Let the ring hang in the cylinder. According to one authority the thread should be wrapped round the thumb and pass over the pulse so as to secure the right vibration. Then ask a question and the ring will begin to swing, and strike on the letters and spell out the reply. As I have said, this is a very ancient species of prediction or invocation. It is the same in principle with the planchette, but requires only one operator. It may be observed that when the person who holds the thread is deeply in earnest, or believing, and has prepared himself to work the oracle by serious reflection, the replies spelled out are often very remarkable, not to say startling. And whether produced by involuntary mental action or by external causes, they are in most cases curious. I have met with the assertion that by means of the thread and ring one can always ascertain exactly what o'clock it is when the edge of the cup is divided in 12 parts. How would it be where the day is divided into 24 hours? It would be just the same, and true answers would be often given, because the action is subjective, or comes from the operator. Another variety of this kind of divination is to place an evenly balanced rod, or needle like that of a mariner's compass, on a pivot, in the center of a plate. Around the edge, in circles, are letters and numbers. This is a kind of roulette. Give the bar a turn and when it ceases revolving observe the letter or number opposite which it stops. Again, take a round, flat surface, say a wooden plate surrounded by a border half an inch in height. This surface is covered with numbers and letters. Then take a ring and spin it as one spins a coin. We draw conclusions from the letters, and, on which it falls. Apropos of roulette and the ancients, there is at Hamburg les Bains a collection of ancient Roman remains, and in an adjoining room the roulette table which was last used in 1871. 2 or 3 of the average class of English, or American, tourists, being shown through the collection, cried, on seeing the wheel, and is that old Roman, and did the Romans play roulette? How interesting! For the truth of which I vouch with both hands, having heard it. An ancient ring which has been long worn is said to be the best for divination. I have one of silver with the image of a toad cut in hematite in it, about 400 years old, which has, I doubt not, been frequently tried in spells. Also a silver and enamel messenger ring which once belonged to King Roger of Sicily, which, if it could tell all it ever witnessed, might describe the story of Schiller's diver. Amulets, omens, and small sorceries. I include in this chapter certain odds and ends of folklore which are not without interest. The first which I shall give is the pine cone. Take a pine cone, after all the pinoli, nuts or seeds, have been removed. Then on every scale, or within it between the scales, put a lupin, dry. Then take a flower pot and fill it with fine earth, and plant the cone in it quite covered with earth or buried. Put it out in the air, and water it like any flower. Should it grow well and look prettily, it is a sign that all things will go well with you. But its growing badly is a bad sign. But you must always keep it by you to secure the good luck, and even carry it with you when you travel, and to maintain the principle, by sona tenera la sistema, you should plant a new cone every year. American young ladies have a somewhat similar oracle in the sweet potato, which also makes a very pretty fortune teller. If it flowers or leaves well, it is a sign that the owner will be magnificently dressed on her wedding day, and have a grand festa, which, I suppose, will be in all the papers. Apropos of this very small gardening, it may be mentioned that since Roman times, perhaps much earlier, the planting of cress, mustard, or seeds of any sort to divine luck by their growth, has been common in all countries. One very easy form is as follows: if you keep a bird, say a canary, get an empty box, a raisin box, 18 inches or 2 feet in length, fill it with earth and hang the cage over it. Throw into the earth the cleanings of the cage and a few canary or hemp seeds. These will soon grow, and when sprouting or about all-inch high will be devoured by the bird with avidity. This is very lucky for the canary. Very old keys are good amulets for luck. They may be carried in the pocket or hung up by a red ribbon in the room. And it is very lucky to find one. While picking it up you should say, "Non prendo questo chiave el ho trovato. E lo porto con me, ma non porto la chiave pero la fortuna. Che sia sempre appresso di me. 'Tis not a key which I have found, nor one which I shall bear around, but fortune which I trust will be ever my friend and near to me." And this may be said for anything else which is found. The special meaning of the key is success with women, the word key, chiave, being applied to the virile organ, and chiavar, to key, to the act of copulation. Its general signification as an omen is success in your next undertaking. Thus to dream of a key or see one is a good sign. La clef pres de ta main. And once chu à la fin. Tu auras du success. Dans tes derniers projets. If you blow or whistle in a key, especially an old one, it will call to you spirits or fairies, who will be favorable to you and aid you, in love above all things. We can divine with keys in several ways. By locking a padlock when a couple are married, one can stop all intimacy between them. But it is with the sieve that Master Key becomes a great sorcerer, as was once set forth in the St. James's Gazette. Methods of discovering the names of thieves and the whereabouts of stolen goods were endless. And many an old hag, down almost to our own time, has driven a profitable trade with infallible means of divination as old as the fire worshippers. The formulae most frequently used for these purposes were known as the key and the sieve. The name of the suspected person was written upon a piece of paper placed around a key, the key was tied to a volume of scripture, and the whole suspended by a cord spun for the purpose, from the finger of a young unmarried woman. 3 times she repeated in a low voice the verse Exsurge, Domini, and if at the words the key and the book turned, the guilt of the suspect was proved. If neither of them moved, his innocence was clear. Divination by the sieve was long in high favor, for this was deemed to be the most certain of all methods. Hence, says Erasmus, the proverb, to divine with the sieve to express the certainty of a thing. A sieve was suspended from a pair of scissors held by 2 assistants. The operator, having pronounced the name of the suspected person, repeated a shibboleth consisting of 6 words dies, mais, jescit, benito, fet, divina, which neither he or his assistants understood. If the person whose name was mentioned were guilty, the 6 magical words compelled the demon to make the sieve spin round. Pierre de Ban, the author of a most entertaining manuscript work on the elements of magic, preserved in the Bibliothèque de l'Arsenal 44, recounts that he used this method 3 times with the most complete success, and then gave it up. Fearing that the demon, in revenge for having been compelled to tell the truth 3 times in succession to one man, greatly, no doubt, to his chagrin, since he is by nature a liar, would draw his tormentor into toils from which there would be no escape. Never pass by a coin, however trifling. Should you let it lie, your luck will pass to the person who finds and takes it. But on picking it up, repeat the same lines. To know the future or how any event will end, or what your luck will be in a lottery, take a dry poppy pod, make a hole in it, shake out the seed and place in it a paper on which your question is written. Then put it beneath your pillow and repeat. In nome del cielo, del stel, della luna. Fate me face il sogno secondo. La mia intenzione. In the name of heaven, the stars and the moon. May I dream and that full soon. If this I see. Here repeat your wish. The poppy was not only sacred to the god of dreams and of sleep, but owing to the immense number of its seeds was a type of fertility and wealth. Hence the gilt poppy heads, so commonly seen in the apothecaries' windows, which are or were originally amulets to bring money. Another amulet allied to dreaming is made by taking twigs or bits of small boughs from an oak tree, in England of mountain ash. Bind 2 of these so as to make a cross, or lay them across one another on the table, or stand by your bed, and repeat before going to sleep. Non medo questa quercia. Ma medo la fortuna. Che non possa abbandonar. My la casa mia. 'Tis not oak which here I place, but good fortune by its grace. May it never pass away, but ever in my dwelling stay. The stick should be bound with red ribbon, woolen, and the cross thus formed and spelled becomes an amulet which may be hung up to bring good luck or drive away misfortune. Whenever one puts on a new garment, he or she should repeat this spell. Porto questo vestido. Per maggior fortuna. Sia maledetto, maledetto saa. Chi cerca nella mia vita. Di portar qualche malia. This coat I wear, this garment bear. To bring good luck to me. If any man begrudge that luck, may he accursed be. Should you find, or pick up, or even see any object, you may divine by it what is to happen. Thus if the first bit of ribbon, or string, or cloth which you find is of any color, especially if it be new and fresh, it will portend red, especially scarlet, good fortune, prosperity, successful love. Yellow jealousy. According to some, gold. Gray peace, calm, content. Silver disquiet, disturbance, passion, pain. Gold fortune, prosperity, gain, intelligence. Black vexation, discontent, trouble. Orange misfortune. The belief in the magic virtue of red, especially of red wool, is as general in Italy as it is ancient. As it is the color of the blood and of fire, it is sacred to life and heat. So a red ribbon or cloth hung from a window or over a bed brings luck. When one sees a very fine large butterfly, catch it as carefully as you can without hurting it, and look under its wings, for there you may often find characters which indicate winning numbers in the lottery, or yes or no to a question. Then let it go again, for your luck will depend on not injuring it. And this is the case with serpents or any animals which are marked, for there is writing in all things if we can but read it. To find a horseshoe is as lucky in Tuscany as it is elsewhere. Hay is also luck-bringing. If you find a horseshoe, make a red bag and put the horseshoe into it with hay, and it will be an admirable amulet. It is to be kept always in the bed. If a youth loves a maid, he will do much to win her affections should he give her amorino, that is mignonette. In this case we can infer that nomen est omen. Shoes or gloves when boiled in water yield a liquid which if not palatable is however of great use in witchcraft, though I am not informed as to the exact manner in which this soup au choux is served up. 45. When children see a luciola, a firefly, they sing a strange little song which is also an incantation for luck. Luciola. Luciola. Viena a gara. Meta la briglia. Alla cavalla. Meta la briglia. Al figliuolo del re. Che la fortuna. Venga con me. Luciola mia. Viena de me. Firefly. O firefly. Enter the course. Come, put the bridle. Now on the horse. Come, put the bridle. On the king's son. So that good fortune by me may be won. Firefly. O firefly. Make it my own. When a woman has a sore throat, a fido di lu gola abbassata, she must take her own apron and measure or fold it in a cross thrice, miswararla in croci, for 3 mornings in succession. Then when she has done this she must, before eating, put 3 pins crossed with a sharpened knife stuck into the table and say, Diavolo, 6 discongiura. In carne ed ossa. Si questa donna e strigata. Questa striga tenerla strigata. Più non passa. Sino quando questa donna non guarira. Questo colteo del tavola non sortira. E così la striga più pace non avrà. Devil, I conjure thee alone. In flesh and in bone. If this woman bewitched be, the witch at once shall set her free. Till she's freed from all her pain. The knife the table shall remain. And the witch shall feel the knife. In her soul and in her life. This is interesting as indicating the shamanism according to which every pain or the least disorder is supposed to be caused by sorcery, a doctrine which exists in full force in another form known as prayers for the sick. Eggshells are witches' goblets for drinking. Therefore, lest they use them for such, one should after eating an egg break the shell to fragments, and throw them into a running stream and say, Se una striga. Va al diavolo. Che tu porta via. Asim call aqua corja. If thou art a witch, go, O devil's daughter, and be borne away on the running water. It is commonly said that spilling or dropping wine is a very lucky sign. But spilling or dropping oil, much good luck will spoil. However, when the wine upsets, some think it is witch work, and so they put the palm of the hand in the wine, and then strike it on the forehead and say, making the sign of the cross. In name del cielo. Del stel y della luna. A chi mi ha data il malaugurio. Mi lascia la buona fortuna. In the name of heaven. Of the stars and moon. May the one who gave misfortune bring me better luck and soon. But that, vin rapande port bonheur, is a very old belief. It forms the theme of an old Norman French fablio. There is a very curious custom observed in La Romagna, which was thus described. When it has not rained for a long time and the fields are dry, they take stones and roll them through the field and say, Quest pitre voglio roller. Ma non rullo lo pitre. Rullo lo pitre, rullo l'acqua. Che in terra passa venire. Ed I campi mi passa umidire. E così buona raccolta passa venire. I wish indeed to roll this stone. And yet it is not it alone. I roll the stone that water may come in these fields so dry today. And water well the thirsty field. So that it may good harvest yield. Preller states, Rom myth, p. 312, that in the temple of Mars there was kept a great stone cylinder which, when there was a great drought, was rolled by his priests through the town. And we know that such an application of similar stones was common in Italy in dry seasons, especially in the country. And Labeo in his work on the Etruscan books of ritual, writes, Fibri jeceris sandaracii caloris dum furent, manales tunc vertera opus, est petras, id est quas solbant antica in modum cylindrorum per limites trahir pro pluvii commutanda inopia. Traces of the custom are found in other countries. As among the Romans, the picture of a bunch of grapes, rudely painted, is placed in vineyards in northern Italy, as an amulet to secure a good crop. There are many curious ideas current as to old Roman and Etruscan relics, which are, however, generally supposed to be connected with ancient sorcery. On this subject I obtained the following very curious information. When a woman is encinta, or enceinte, she should not look at animals, and especially beware seeing those figures depicted or set forth in bronze, leather, or cloth. which are half animals and half men, with heads like goats and legs of Christians, called capo di capra, e lugam di Cristiano, or faces with the legs of devils, like those of a horse, i.e., Pan and the Sylvan gods. If a woman at such a time looks at these, it may easily happen that she will have a son like them, for it may come to pass in such cases that he will be born in similar form and so easily become a wizard. That is, the old latent sorcery will pass to the child and be developed in it. The images here referred to are mostly the old Roman bronze figures of rural deities or lares, which are so frequently found in schiavi, or excavations. Among these are many ex voto offerings, the same in nature with the little figures of wax so common in Catholic churches. It is worth observing that the ancients went to much greater expense in such marks of gratitude for divine aid than do modern Catholic Christians. Bronze was dearer then than wax is now, but it was quite as freely employed by the faithful. Certain spells are used in Tuscany with a double meaning, that is to say, they are employed either to injure a certain person, or else to defeat an evil witch or to break a spell or cure a disease. Among these are the following: a plant or herb, having had an incantation pronounced over it, nearly the same in form with several which I have given, is left to wither, the belief being that, as it fades, the person or disease or enchantment will slowly die or vanish. Again, an apple is cut to pieces, a common form of magic, or an orange or lemon is stuck full of pins and left to dry up, with the same consequences. Also a stick is broken, which is similarly a formula known in the West where it has become a legal form, or else a piece of woolen felted or woven cloth is pulled apart. All of these spells are very ancient and may be found in certain conjurations, given in Lenormant's Magi Chaldean, for which they were translated from Akkadian cylinders. The author remarks that while pronouncing them the operator had to perform certain conjurations resembling those described in the Pharmasutria of Theocritus and in Virgil's 8. The Eclogue, which are also essentially those now in use. The Assyrian incantations are as follows. As this plant withers, so shall also the spell. The burning fire shall devour it. It shall not be arranged on the lines of a vine arbor. It shall not be trained into an orchard, and the earth shall not receive its root. Its fruit shall not grow, and the sun shall not smile upon it. It shall not be offered at the festivals of kings and gods. The man who has cast the evil fate, his wife. The violent operation, the finger pointing, the written spell, the curses, the sins. The evil that is in my body, in my flesh, in my bruises. May, all that, be withered like this plant. May the burning fire devour it this day. May the evil fate depart, and may I behold the light again. 2. As this fruit is divided into pieces, so shall also the spell be. The burning fire shall devour it. It shall not return to the supporting branch from which it is cut off. It shall not be offered at the festivals of kings or gods. The man who has cast the evil fate, his wife. The violent operation, i.e. evil invocation, the finger pointing, the written spell, the curses, the sins. The evil that is in my body, in my flesh, in my bruises. May all that be divided in pieces like this fruit. May the burning fire devour it this day. May the evil fate depart, and may I behold the light again. 3. As this twig is plucked up and broken in pieces, so shall also the spell be. The burning fire shall devour it. Its fibers shall not again unite themselves to the trunk. It shall not arrive at a perfect state of splendor. The man who has cast the evil fate, his wife. The violent operation, the pointing with the finger, the written spell, the curses, the sins. The evil which is in my body, in my flesh, in my bruises. May, all that, be broken in pieces and plucked up like this twig. May the burning fire devour it this day. May the evil fate depart, and may I behold the light again. 4. As this wool is rent, so also shall the spell be. The burning fire shall devour it. It shall not return to the back of its sheep. It shall not be offered for the garments of kings and gods. The man who has cast the evil fate, his wife. The evil spell, the finger pointing, the written spells, the curses, the sins. The evil which is in my body, in my flesh, in my bruises. May all, that, be rent like this wool. May the burning fire devour it this day. May the evil fate depart, and may I behold the light again. Like unto this are two other incantations, one applied to rending a banner, the other to tearing up a piece of frilled stuff. I call attention to the fact that these are so strikingly like the modern Tuscan both as regards subject, spirit, and general treatment, that the burden of disproof in reference to a common origin should in common sense fall on the skeptic. These Chaldean cylinders speak of 77 fevers i.e., all diseases as coming from the 7 primary demons of disease. The Bogomile Slavonian heretics of the 14th century also recognized the 77 fevers and had an exorcism for them. And in an old German spell current in Pennsylvania we have as a cure for fever the following. Good morning, dear Thursday. Take away from the 77 fevers. O thou dear Lord Christ, take them away from him. In the Chaldean incantation against the plague, i.e., the 77 personified, the operator must turn his face towards the setting sun. In the German spell he must not speak to anyone till after sunrise, which involves the same idea. It is very remarkable that all over the world a black pebble of kidney shape is supposed to be one of the most powerful of amulets. At the Folklore Congress of 1891, such stones were exhibited from widely different countries. I myself possess one which was brought from Missouri and presented to me by Miss Mary A. Owen, to which most extraordinary value and reverence was attached by the black voodoos and their disciples. It had been kept with the most jealous care for many generations in the families of these sorcerers, and came originally from Africa. To become an ordinary voodoo, the postulant must fast and watch, undergo revolting penances, and cultivate power and will all his life. But the possession of an authenticated conjuring or conjuring stone renders all this unnecessary. The owner by the mere act of possession becomes a grand past master voodoo, or moltote, and requires no further initiation. Even the chief black sorcerer in Missouri, or the king, has never been able to get one. 46. It would be useless to attempt to palm off a similar black pebble for a real one, since it is said that there are in all North America only 6 or rather 5, mine being one of the half dozen, and their possessors are all well known. As is every mark in the stones. Black believers have been known to make a pilgrimage of 1,000 miles to be touched with this marvelous stone or to hold it in the hand. I hold it in my left hand as I write, mildly trusting that I may thereby charm, or at least interest thee, O reader. It must, like all voodoo amulets, be carried in a wrapping, or a bag, which may be closed by wrapping a string round. It, which must not, however, be tied, as that would prevent the free egress or ingress of the spirit which dwells in it. Once a week it should be dipped in, or touched with, whiskey, but I am assured that eau de cologne will answer just as well, which it surely ought to do, since the recipe for it was given by an angel to Saint Elizabeth of Hungary. Lead and antimony. Talismani erano pitre, o gem co pezzetti di metallo. In forza di quelli si crediva avessero straordinary virtù, e singolari, ma la frequenza loro, il credito ven de Gnostici, e de Basilidiano, de quali assai parla nel suo libro, Santo Iernio. Arte Magica Distrutta, Maffei, 1757. Non solum vero in plantis quae vestigium habent vitae, sed etiam in lapidibus aspicere licet, imitationem et participationem, quandam luminum supernorum. Proclus de sacrificio et magia, interpre Marsilio Ficino, Lugduni, 1577. A piece of lead ore is supposed to possess peculiar virtue as an amulet against malocchio, or to bring luck. Of these I have seen 3, 2 of which I possess, with the invocation which must be pronounced when one is tied up in the usual red woolen bag. Far more potent, however, are the old Roman sling stones, or pointed slugs of lead, of which such numbers are everywhere found, and of which I have 2, which I bought for a half franc each, as talismans for the evil eye. But more effective still is a lump of crude antimony. This is supposed to also contain zinc and copper, which give it great power. For these I have also the scondracioni, which are as follows. I believe them, however, to be imperfectly recalled. Antimonio che se di zingo e di rame. Il più potenti ti tengo sempre con me. Perci mi allontani lo cattivente. De mi allontanera. E la buona fortuna a mi attirerai. Antimony, who art of zinc and copper. Thou most powerful, I keep thee ever by me. That thou mayest banish from me evil people. And bring good luck to me. That for lead was obtained for me, written in the following words, verb. Iti lit. Antimagno che di piombo se. Non ai la stessa forza della zingo e rame. Ma prestati per la forza che in ai. Tutte lo chattive person de mi allontanerai. Ella buona fortuna mi attirerai. Thou antimony, who art lead. Not having the force of zinc and copper. But grant that by the power which thou hast. That thou wilt keep all evil people from me. It will be observed that in both of these invocations great stress is laid on the virtue of copper, which is probably derived from the old Roman religious feeling regarding it, as the body of bronze. But after much weary inquiry, owing to the difficulty which my informant had to put her ideas into form, I elicited these ideas. The metals have all their occult virtues and their light, that is, their luster when broken. Deep in the earth, and in darkness, this light still shines in itself, it is a light dreaded by evil beings. Copper and gold have the reddest light, this is the most genial, or luck-bringing, and copper is supposed to form part of antimony. Antimony is stronger than lead, because it consists of 3 metals, or rather always has in it copper and lead. There is strong confirmation of this theory in Cardanus, De Rerum Varietate, 16. 8, 9, and Peter of Aries, Sympathia septem metallorum eti septem selectorum lapidum ad planetas. Paris, 1711, or as it is set forth by Norck in his Etymologisk Symbolisch Mythologisks Realwörterbuch. What the stars are in the nightly heaven, that are the gleaming metals in the dark abyss of the earth. Therefore it is intelligible that those earthly gatherers of light should be associated with the heavenly ones, and as the worship of light was concentrated in the sun and planets. So unto every leading planet there was assigned a glittering metal according to its degree of radiance. This is also curious since it suggests the source whence Novalis drew his famed simile that miners are inverted astrologers, reading in the earth the past, just as other seers read in the heavens the future. And it seemed to linger quaintly in the fancy that copper and antimony and lead have all their light and magic mystic power. A few days ago I bought in an old shop an amulet of lead ore in which a piece of copper was embedded. This was, as the American Negroes say, a mighty strong conjuring stone. So I purchased it for a franc the bargain, including 2 little old bronze Etruscan images, one of Aplu and the other of God Nosu, or the Deus Incognitus. Apropos of this shop, it was one where the prezzi fissi principle was carried out, that is, of fixed prices marked on the wares. This does not mean at all in Italy that a dealer will not take less, but that he binds himself not to take any more. The price is convenient as giving a basis for a bargain. Its being fixed, according to the Italian idea, is that the piece of paper marked is fisso, i.e., fixed, or stuck on the article indicated. Now this young man had the first volume of the Museum Etruscum of Antonio F. Gori, 1737, marked 10 francs, but seeing that I wanted it he offered it for 8. Throw in that 14th century Virgin on a panel, with a gold background, I said, and it's a bargain. So the Madonna was thrown in a hurry. She was really well worth about 10 pence and we were all satisfied. This was indeed as the French advertisement in a shop for the sale of Roman Catholic idolatries, announced un vierge d'occasion. I may here mention that these are the only kind of pictures which I ever buy. In which I very much resemble a young gentleman of my acquaintance who only admires ladies with large fortunes. All of his Madonnas, like mine, have gold backgrounds. The picture was fearfully dilapidated, but with gesso and gouache colors, and white of eggs, and gum, and gold. I restored it so that it seems better than new, for it looks every whit of its 450 years, or even older. But then the surroundings are favorable to such work, for Florence is a famous place for rehabilitating damaged virgins, and I have heard some marvelous stories about such rifiture which I omit for want of space.